have film in there. Make sure you have film in there.
I believe so. Let me check in my bag.
Quarter inch for whatever you're doing. Yeah, I've never done audio out of this. So what do you think? It's probably studio out? Gives you like speaker. You can try whatever you got. You're talking about this part right here?
You know what I could probably do? I can play my wireless microphone right on the back. That should be good. No, I don't have two of them. But if I put it like on the far side, so it's kind of in between. I wouldn't know how to put this on my camera. That's wireless?
That's an 1/8 inch.
Yeah, I got you.
We have all 6 channels here.
Yes, it'd be an output. It would be an output. We're using both outputs.
Yeah, we are.
I mean, we can try a wide cable. You got a wide. Email this.
worst case scenario, use my wireless. I've done it before. Wasn't the worst. Not the best. I agree.
Right. See.
We're going to make sure that you're running on time. So you don't have to worry about
How we doing? Okay, so far. Find out later. Couple hours.
1, 2,
You know what? That sounds good.
1.
Turn that one down a little bit. Do you see which one it is?
Yeah. Go ahead.
1, 2. That's good. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Maybe go up a little bit back.
Okay. Go ahead.
1, 2. All right. Maybe a little lower.
Go ahead.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Podium. 1, 2. 1, 2.
That one you didn't change, right?
No. No.
And if we go a little louder, it starts to ring, right?
1, 2. 1, 2. Now you got to turn it down a little bit. 1, 2. That's good. 1, 2. 1, 2.
All right, you're all good then? All right, I'm going to try and split one here. Does he have his two? No, I need to, I'm sorry, mail
One, 2.
Hot. So you can turn it down then, right?
1, 2.
Good. Put the headphones on real quick. You ready?
1, 2.
Tell the camera guys.
we just lost the screen.
Thanks, Dick.
All right, you're back up.
sit behind the scenes. Sitting on the hotel website, right? The staff is all dressed up in suits and ties and
Check 1 2.
get up and
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
All right, I have a lead here for you.
all right.
All right, right here. You want to tie it right in there?
Yeah. I'm hearing a little feedback.
Especially we're together. Or...
It's probably because of the speaker.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Test. Checking 1 2. Check 1 2. Test.
Okay. All right, you should be good now. Air Force. All right, you should be good now.
But you can help me tell.
Did you want 1 2?
Yeah, I'll take them.
That's all right now. Okay, I'll leave this one by the.
I don't want that. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to AARP New Jersey's Fraud Prevention Summit, Rethinking Fraud. We're so happy to have you here with us today and that you enjoy a wonderful event. My name is Carmen, and I will be your MC for today. We will begin the program promptly at 9 a.m., so this is a 10-minute warning for you to take the opportunity to use the restrooms, grab something to eat before you settle to your table. Again, welcome and enjoy. Hello, everyone, again. Hello. Hello, and welcome to AARP New Jersey Fraud Prevention Summit. Thank you for being with us here today. For those who are still standing around, when you get a chance, please go to your tables. My name is Carmen Falcon. I will be your MC for today. To start off our morning, we will have our first person to speak. We'll hear from AARP New Jersey State Director Chris Widelo. Chris joined AARP New Jersey as a state director earlier this year. He has 20 years of extensive federal, state, and local lobbying experience, a track record of success in community engagement and building strategic alliances, and extensive experience in media relations. Let's give Chris an applause as he comes to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. You haven't had your second cup of coffee yet, clearly. Good morning. Much better. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name's Chris Widelo. I'm the State Director for AARP New Jersey, and this is my first big event in New Jersey since joining the team about 7 months ago, and I'm really excited to be here on an incredibly important topic. We've got a great program for you today. You're going to hear from experts in a variety of sectors who fight fraud daily and who will share their experience and tips to avoid scams and fraud. Before I get to the rest of my comments, I want to just do a little housekeeping. If you haven't found it, there's food and coffee on either side of the room, and we have our folks here that are tabling with some great information that hopefully you can take advantage of and use your passports, which are located in your program, to visit every table and then stop by our table. If you need a restroom, you're going to go out. The door is over here where you came in. Take a left and walk all the way down the hall, and there is restrooms are down there. Very nice restroom. Yes, indeed. Yes, exactly. It's important. It is a very, very important piece. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our amazing speakers for being here today. We're going to be joined by New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin. We also are joined by Kathy Stokes, Director of Fraud Prevention Programs at AARP. Our wonderful AARP volunteers. AARP volunteers, raise your hand, wave. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So much hard work is done by our volunteers on a daily basis, and our also leaders from the media, the IRS, the United States Postal Inspection Service, and Middlesex County. I would like to recognize a few folks from the AARP New Jersey team for all of their hard work to put this event together today. First, we have our Director of Community Engagement, Sarah Mack. If Sarah's in the room, wave, but there she is. Thank you so much, Sarah. Robin Mosley, our Business Operations Analyst, who made sure that we have all the things that we need today here in this room and the wonderful, breakfast and lunch that you're going to enjoy. Fabiana Lopiccolo-Stewart, our Program Analyst. Bree Fiber, another one of our Program Analysts. Allie McSherry, our Associate State Director for Communications, just finished 1 month with our team, so we're excited to have her on board as well. And last but certainly not least, someone who's been doing an incredible job for us is Gabby Manresa, who's interning with us this summer. So thank you very much to all those folks and all of the AARP New Jersey staff that are here helping out today for this event. So without further ado, I will turn this over to one of our lead volunteers in our Fraud Watch Network team. I went out of order. So I do apologize. I'm looking at my second page before my first page, but that's all right. So one of the things I hope you take from this is that having the knowledge about scams and fraud is going to give you power. Our goal is to give you the information and tools that you need to recognize when scams are happening and what you can do to protect yourselves. We take it very seriously here at AARP. We're committed to actively working to prevent it whenever possible. We do this by partnering with local law enforcement. We host shred events in the community, and by regularly sharing information on how you can protect yourself. We also consistently show up in communities to deliver a variety of fraud prevention presentations. A big thanks to our Credible Speakers Bureau and volunteers who are the driving force for that effort and their commitment to keeping New Jerseyans safe from fraud. Be sure to visit the AARP resource table at the back of the room to learn how you can book a presentation in your community or for your community group on this topic and many others. If you've been a victim of fraud, you're not alone. There are millions of people who are losing billions of dollars to fraud. And so, this is something that, we are committed to working to prevent because it impacts people in a really significant way. I want to thank you for showing up and be part of, trying to figure out a way to stop these scammers in their tracks. And if you ever find yourself in that position where you are the victim of fraud, you're not alone, and you can get some free guidance from AARP. You don't even have to be a member, but you can get some compassionate guidance by calling our AARP Fraud Watch Network hotline at 877-908-3360, 877-908-3360, and we have that information at the back of the room on a sign in a lot of our publications. So now, finally, without further ado, I will turn it over to one of our lead volunteers in the Fraud Watch Network team, Christine Branchino, and thank you all for coming and enjoy today's program.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning. That's good. Thank you all for joining on this day of information and empowerment. I'm Christine Burchino, and along with Carmen Falcone, who kicked off today, we are the co-lead volunteers for AARP New Jersey Fraud Fighters team. In the program you received this morning at check-in, hopefully everyone has gotten one, okay? I'm going to go over some things today, right now, to share some things that hopefully you'll think about and take away with you at the end of today. In the program that you received, okay, you should have today's agenda, a list of the speakers, the resource tables, descriptions, okay, and in the back, blank paper for note-taking. Also, in the program, you'll find helpful literature about the AARP Fraud Watch Network, which Chris just mentioned about. It's a tremendous and wonderful resource that is free to the public, and you don't need to be an AARP member to use it. Okay. With the Fraud Watch Network, you will stay informed of current alerts, scams, and fraud prevention resources. AARP is your voice to advocating for legislation and rules about fraud and scams. And most importantly, the most useful resource, and I met some of the trained fraud specialists and volunteers who support this recently, and they are very passionate and patient to all the folks who call on to this, who use this resource, is the AARP Fraud Helpline that Chris also mentioned. The details are in your program, but it's a tremendous resource for support and guidance if you happen to be targeted by a fraud, okay, or you have questions about a fraud. So again, it's free and it's available to the public. And shortly, you will also meet Kathy Stokes, who's the Director of Fraud Prevention Programs with the AARP Fraud Watch Network, and she will share with you the work and direction that her team is taking in fighting fraud. Fraud is a crime. Reporting these crimes to your local police and government agencies are important steps for us to take. And today we have many of those governmental agencies here, including the New York State Attorney General, whose office priorities include consumer protection through the Division of Consumer Affairs. Please do explore, and I see many of you have, the resource tables in the back. And to help give you a little bit of motivation, because they do have a lot of information, and do please chat with them if you have questions. Okay? And to give you a bit of motivation, also in your program, don't lose these things, you'll find a fraud prevention passport. Okay? And if you complete all this, and visit all the resource tables, please stop by the AARP resource table at the end, and you will receive a nice gift. Okay. Again, today is a day of information and empowerment. Our speakers and panelists will share their expertise on how to harden the target. Who's the target? You. So it's good information on how to help you against fraud. Whether it's through personal vigilance or institutional action, we hope you will have takeaways from today. Also, lastly, there are index cards on the table in front of you. We will have live Q&A at the end of each session, but if we don't get to your questions, just jot down your questions and drop it off at the AARP check-in, which is where you passed by when you came in. Okay, and the plan is to have your questions answered, posted on an AARP blog. Karen Price-Mueller, who's one of our speakers, will help in answering. And you will eventually receive a link to those answers, those Q&A. So please use those cards if you have questions. A couple of additional administrative items. One, please silence your phones. Don't be that person. Okay. Or persons. Restrooms are located outside this room, down the hall to the left. So go out to the left. The Pines Manor waitstaff will come to you before the first break to confirm your lunch orders. So each of you should have received a blue or red raffle ticket thing. Okay. I believe all you have to do is show the waitstaff the ticket so they'll know which entree you're getting. Oh, one more thing. With regards to the resource tables, please visit them during the breaks, so rather than during the sessions, because it can be disturbing and noisy. So thank you again for spending the day with us. Carmen will introduce our first keynote speaker.
Thank you so much for sharing that information. Thank you, Christine, for sharing that information. Now it's my pleasure, for someone who I've met before, and I'm so happy that she's here with us today, to kick off our today's summit with our first session, which is called Hardening the Target, Personal and Institutional Approaches to Fraud Prevention. Leading this session is Kathy Stokes. Kathy is a nationally recognized leader in the fraud arena as Director of Fraud Prevention Programs with the AARP Fraud Watch Network. Kathy leads AARP's social mission work to educate older adults on the risk that fraud represents to their financial security. Since 2019, she and her team have expanded AARP's leadership in this space by mounting a national campaign to change the narrative on how we talk about fraud victims and guiding an effort to fundamentally transform how our country addresses fraud. Kathy currently serves on the Advisory Council to the Board of the International Association of Financial Crimes Investigators and on the Advisory Council to the Senior Issues Committee of the North American Securities Administrators Association. Kathy also serves on a Federal Reserve Working Group on Scam Information Sharing. Please join me in welcoming Kathy Stokes onto the stage.
Well, good morning, everybody. I got to tell you, when Christine mentioned, don't be that person, I have to admit I was that person once in a room about this big, but I was sitting up here. And guess what? It was a scam call. So thank you for that wonderful introduction. I should have given you the short bio, but thank you, Carmen, for that. I do want to talk a little bit about our AARP Fraud Watch Network from a nationwide perspective. What New Jersey does here is amazing. I love this room. I love the energy that people have for this issue and wanting to do something about it. We're also going to talk about rethinking fraud. It's a little bit about what Christine said about narrative change. I'm going to talk a little bit about hardening, rethinking also from the institution and personal perspective, but also hardening the target. This is a term that a mentor of mine uses to explain those things that we can do to better protect ourselves, sort of batten down the hatches. And then we have this new concept that I want to share with you about what it is that we can sort of train ourselves, train each other to do when a scam comes our way. So and then we're going to have a little bit of opportunity to talk to each other. So the Fraud Watch Network, we're basically two sides of the same coin. We have the educational work that we do. This is such a wonderful example of that. We have 53 state offices, and each of them has volunteer fraud fighters, just like here in New Jersey, and they're out in community spreading the message of fraud prevention. They're working on our helpline, which I'll talk about in a minute. And we have all these great partnerships at the state level and the national level with law enforcement and nonprofits and fraud investigators from industry. And it really gives us that sort of instant credibility to be able to be out there and explain what's happening in this world of fraud. We also have a great podcast for any of you who are podcast listeners and you don't have this on your list to follow. Add The Perfect Scam. Now, it is true crime, but it's taken from the perspective of the impact on the victim and the actions that people that are trying to make this go away are doing. We are very careful in our language on The Perfect Scam to help people understand that these are crimes. You're not alone. It's not the victim's fault. And the importance of sharing your story. We also have a biweekly newsletter that you can sign up for. Our main webpage is AARP.org/Fraud Watch Network, and I say fraud with a D because some people think I say Frog Watch. It's not exactly what we're doing. I do love the reptiles, but that's not it. We also have on that page a scam tracking map. You can go in and report something that you've experienced or heard about. You can go in and punch in your zip code and see what other people are reporting. It's really, really kind of a cool thing. And then on the victim support front, you've already heard about the Fraud Watch Network helpline. We have, I think, about 165 trained fraud volunteers that actually talk to you when you call. You can call about a scam that you just want people to know about, and we share that with the Federal Trade Commission. We use that in our information and our education. You can call when you get that letter from the Publishers Clearinghouse that says you've just won $2 million and a Mercedes-Benz. Find out whether that's legitimate or not and how to know whether it is. And sadly, many of the calls our fraud fighters receive on the helpline are from family members or victims themselves once fraud has occurred. And that's where this is really something that actually doesn't exist too much in other realms, because you get to talk to someone who understands what happened, can help you understand what to do next, to file a police report, even if the police say they aren't able to do anything right now. You want that report in case sometime down the road there's an opportunity for restitution, and they understand what you've been through. There's no judgment. They help you understand that you're not alone. And the emotional impact of fraud victimization is so profound that we knew we wanted to do something else about that. So about 3 years ago, we created online victim support sessions. And if you go to aarp.org/fraud support, you can learn about it and encourage people who've experienced this to sign up for it. 1 hour Zoom sessions, again, trained fraud volunteers who lead these, and it really helps with emotional healing. And we kind of thought people would come and they would experience that hour and it would really help them to sort of move on to the next phase of healing. But we have repeat people all the time. People come in 6, 7, 8 times because it's just so validating to know that it's not your fault and you're not alone. So let's talk about now, this is moving, rethinking fraud. And what do I mean by that? I think we have had this national tendency for way too long to assume that when someone experiences a fraud encounter, that they were stupid or they must have cognitive decline. Or all of these reasons that we tend to put the blame on that person, and we tend to not see it for the crime that it is. And that's really something we have to change in this society. I would submit that fraud is probably, I will say without a doubt, but I don't have the data to prove it, the number one crime in this country. And I'll share some data points on that to try to make that come clear. I also want to sort of level set on what I'm talking about when I talk about fraud. And it's the definitions are different by state, different by whomever might be talking about it. But the way we look at this at AARP, there's this sort of bucket of things that fall into elder financial exploitation. And that term, elder financial exploitation, often is talking about that known perpetrator, the crooked attorney or the long-lost nephew, the known person who is deliberately stealing from, abusing financially that older adult. And then there's fraud. And our sort of nomenclature is stranger danger. These are the cases of, the IRS calling, saying that you owe taxes and you have to pay right away. It's the romance scams. It's identity fraud. It's lottery scams like Publishers Clearinghouse. And it's always generally been the belief that fraud is a smaller segment of the overall area of elder financial exploitation. But just this year, we see a report from an agency within the Department of Treasury called FinCEN. It looked at what are called suspicious activity reports that banks are required to report, just looking at 1 year from June of 23 to 24, looking at those suspicious activity reports from financial institutions. Over 80% of those reports were fraud, not elder financial exploitation, that known perpetrator. Does that mean that there's more stranger danger happening than financial exploitation? Does it mean the financial institutions have gotten better about identifying and reporting? We don't really know. But what everybody in this room knows is fraud is on fire. Who hasn't gotten a fake text message or an email or click on a link and find out that it's a fake website, and many, many more. So we talk about the fraud crisis, and we just really don't know what's happening out there because people tend not to report. And they tend not to report quite often because they feel shame and embarrassment, something we're really trying to break down. But if you look at the various resources, sort of the record of what fraud is out there, well, the Federal Trade Commission would tell you, based on their reports and they collect it from a lot of resources in addition to individuals, that in 2023 they saw reports of $10.3 billion stolen from fraud. But then the FBI, who's really only looking at internet crimes, in that same year, they identified $12.5 billion stolen in fraud. And then the one I talked about before, FinCEN, just in that look in 1 year, $21.6 billion. Javelin Strategy and Research is an identity fraud. They sponsor an identity fraud survey every year. AARP is a sponsor of that. And they saw $43 billion just in identity fraud-related scams. Well, the Federal Trade Commission in 2023 released a report that they had sent to Congress where they acknowledged the significant amount of underreporting. And so they made an extrapolation. And this could be way off, but I think it's much, much closer to what's really happening. $137.4 billion in 1 year. That was 2023. I really think that's a lot closer to where we are, and it helps sort of explain why we at AARP say that fraud is at a crisis level. So I also want to talk about how we respond when people experience a crime. So when it's a violent crime, a property crime, someone's broken into your home, God forbid you were held up at gunpoint. Those are scary things, and we get that. And we have empathy, and we have compassion. We say, oh, my gosh, that poor family. What can we do for them? I'll bake them a lasagna, right? Because we care. What do we say when it's a financial crime, specifically talking about these stranger danger scams? You fell for that? That's the oldest trick in the book. You'd have to be an idiot. Or how much money did you give them? That's actually my favorite, and I'll explain why. And then we have the headlines. These are actually recent. Con man scammed elderly widow. Elderly North Hills woman duped of $49,000. Woman scammed of $35,000. I feel so stupid. Senior scammed out of her life savings. Where's the criminal in the crime in those headlines? They're really not there explicitly, but what they are saying, and it's always in reference to an older adult, which is not true. It's basically saying somebody let somebody get over on them. They're not talking about a criminal stealing from someone. They're saying, we got duped. And then it rolls down to the victim, and how do they talk about themselves? I can't believe I fell for this. How could I be so stupid? 201. When victims call the Fraud Watch Network helpline, they are full of self-blame. So this is a really good time to interject on a few things about why scams are so successful. First of all, this isn't just some guy in his mom's basement making phone calls or lurking on social media sites. This is largely the space of transnational criminal enterprises. They are well-funded, they have employees, they buy lead lists, and very unfortunate to hear this. I don't know if you have heard about what's happening in like Myanmar and places in Southeast Asia where they're actually using human trafficking to make people that are looking for work believe that they have this great job that they're coming to, and they send them into these areas, and then they enslave them. And they make them work 16-hour days on the front lines, sending texts and lurking on social media to try to find the next scam victim. So there it is, a victim on one side attacking a victim on the other side. And all of those transnational criminal enterprises have people with boots on the ground here in the United States. And we're hearing more and more arrests and convictions of the people on the ground here in the United States that are aiding and abetting these criminal enterprises. We need to see a whole lot more. But why they're successful is actually about our brain. When we've done, not me personally, but AARP has done a lot of research going into prisons talking to the boiler room scammers of days gone by, and they knew then what the criminals know now. If you can get that target into a heightened emotional state, fear, panic, excitement, even budding love interest, you get them what they used to call under the ether. And what happens there is, because of that emotional response that we have, it bypasses logical thinking in our brain, right? It actually, for people in the brain physiology community, refer to it as the amygdala hijack. The amygdala is where we process our emotions. And our excitement, our extreme emotion simply evades logic. And the criminals have always had a playbook, and we're just trying to look at it in ways that are more understandable so that we can see it coming as potential targets, so we can talk about it in a way that helps people understand this is a crime, sophisticated crime. It comes with an unexpected contact, that call out of the blue at 3 o'clock in the morning saying it's your grandson and he's in big trouble, right? Yields that high emotion. Oh my God, my grandson's in trouble and I will do anything to protect him. It's up to me. Urgency, you got to send the money right now, okay? That's where our brains are working to evade logic, and that's what makes these criminals succeed. It is not the victim's fault, and the sooner that we can all understand that and operate under that knowledge, we can begin to disrupt this and really go after the crime for what it is. When we talk about criminals and victims, there's some language that we should really focus on. So you hear fraudster a lot. I've been told by a friend who's been in financial institutions industry for probably 30 years. He told me that fraudster is a term that was created by the banks. They wanted something that didn't sound so scary as a criminal. So fraudster is out as far as I'm concerned. Even scammer, it just doesn't sound like a criminal. Con artist, I think it gives them, too much of a positive look, like, oh, savvy and knows what he's doing. Let's get rid of those. Let's call them what they are. They're criminals. They're perpetrators. How about instead of she gave him her money, a criminal stole her money? It just changes, just a little bit of language, right? Can change how we think about it, how we talk to each other about it, and what we do about it as a society. We've been working on this concept for quite a while. We have relatively new resources. If you go to aarp.org/say this, it will help build the language skills that we all need in this space. So now we're going to talk a little bit about what we can do to protect ourselves as potential targets. And I will also mention, everybody just assumes that it's the folks in this room, people that are older, that are targeted. It's not younger people. Well, if you look at the Federal Trade Commission data, they would say younger adults report fraud and fraud losses more often than older adults. It's just that when that older adult is the victim, they have so much more to lose, right? We've got Social Security. We've got maybe a pension if we're lucky enough. We've got 401k or 403b savings. We have housing wealth. The criminals know that. They buy lead lists by age, right? Because they know that's where the money is. So depending on who you talk to, from what agency or what nonprofit, what tech expert, they may have different ideas of what is like the most important thing you should do. And there's probably 10 or 12 or 15 of those things you should do, and I think that's overwhelming. I always try to keep my lists to no more than 5. And so here are my 5. We got to get better with passwords, right? And it's not our fault. I mean, the system, we inherited the system of having to have a password for everything. And when we started in that system, we all did ABC123 because it was easy. Well, we can't do ABC123 or My Dog Fido or password anymore. The criminals, if they can break one password, and if you've used that password or some version of it in other accounts, they can break those other accounts, and they're taking over accounts. You might not think anybody wants your Facebook account, but boy, do they, because they can pretend to be you and target the friends and family on your Facebook account. Same with apps for getting food. Uber Eats, they want those. They can monetize anything. And those financial accounts where our money is, they're definitely wanting to go through that. And I know you're going to want to know what some of these possible resources is. So there are things called password managers. I tried to use one 2 or 3 years ago, locked myself out of it. I didn't know what I was doing. They're not that easy, but they're pretty powerful. The password manager is an app, and you can use that to have it create super strong and unique passwords for every account that you have. And you have something in it called a vault. The only password with a password manager you have to remember, which I forgot the first time, is the vault password. And it will set you up with your account information, and it's, you'll see, like the one I use, it says stronger than the age of the universe, to tell you how strong the password is. Are they infallible? I don't think so, but it's a heck of a lot better than ABC123. If you don't want to go that route, you can write them down somewhere, but you better make sure you have them hidden away from sight. Even on your desk at your house is risky. You don't want to put it under lock and key or in a drawer, because what if you had somebody visiting the house to do some work and they came across your passwords? Not a good outcome. But some of them, let's see, there's one called 1Password, the number 1Password you can take a look at. Dashlane is another. Another is Bitwarden. I use the Norton application because as an AARP employee, I get it for free. And none of these, we don't have any relationships. I think Norton we do, right? But the other ones we don't have relationships with. But take a look. If you're online, if you're comfortable, perusing, see if Consumer Reports has something about it. One I go to a lot is PC Magazine, and they do sort of the top 10. So that's a good place to start your research. Multi-factor authentication. Does everybody know what this means? Do you know what it means by hand? Okay, awesome. Every online account these days should give you this option to receive, once you put in your username and password, to receive a code. They can do an auto call with that code. They can text it to you. It could be that you have an app called an authenticator app on your phone or your device, and it will generate one for you. It's just that one more step to prove that it is you trying to access your account. Very important. Do we have people that regularly take a look at their credit reports? I would imagine, yes, very good. I don't know if you know this, but ever since the pandemic, the agencies have made it really easy through annualcreditreport.com, that's the official site that the government made them have, to actually look at your credit report every week. The online version. Mailing it is a different story. You only get to do that 3 times a year. Once with each of the credit bureaus, and that's Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. Check those credit reports, because you may catch activity that seems suspicious, and you can track it down. The other thing you can do is freeze your credit. Has anyone frozen their credit? We got a lot of them. That's awesome. You don't need me to tell you, but if you do the freeze, even you can't open credit in your own name. You have to unfreeze it and then refreeze it. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, but it is very protective. So I'm glad to hear that a lot of people are doing that. You know that automatic software update you get on your phone and you're like, I'm not going to do this right now. Do it right now. Better yet, actually set it up so it happens automatically. Those operating system updates aren't just little bug fixes. Sometimes they are. But quite often, they're going to patch a known fraud vulnerability. The same with the antivirus, anti-malware software that you may have on your device. Set that so it automatically updates, and you don't have to think about it. Another thing is, and I just think we should be angry about this. We can't trust any incoming communication, can we? You can't trust a text. You can't trust a call. You can't trust email. And so we're stuck with saying, don't interact with any incoming communication. That's not so easy. I think we should, and AARP might not want me to say this, I think we should hold the tech industry to account for this, the telecom industry to account for this, the financial institution industry to account for this. Yes, there are things we can and should be doing, but so should they, right? So what can you do to protect yourself from spam and scam, phone calls, emails, things like that? There are some things that current service providers offer. If you're with AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon, they do have apps. Sometimes they're free, sometimes they're like $1 a month. And that really helps to cut down on those. But there's also some apps that you can get for your smartphone. A couple of them include RoboKiller, Hiya, Truecaller, and then there's one that I know of that works on smartphones, but they also have a product for landline phones. Not the copper wires, but voice over IP, which most of us probably have now. And that's NoMo right? It's been around for a really long time. I think it used to be free on landlines. It might be $1 or $2 a month now. Really, really fascinating. I actually met the new CEO of the company that acquired them recently. They have what's called a honeypot. Does anyone know what a honeypot is? They bought up, 350,000 phone numbers, and they accept calls from those phone numbers, and and now using artificial intelligence much more quickly, they can identify the calls that are coming in. As soon as a call from a number comes in and they know it's a scam, they shut that number down for anybody that has NoMo. And of course, the scammers are changing their numbers, but it's typically 24 hours. Well, as soon as this number comes in, as soon as this number hits that honeypot, it's not hitting anybody on. And I think a lot of them are this way. I only know NoMo. But really, really interesting stuff, not terribly expensive, and worthy of taking a look at. So these are what I call the top 5. Somebody else might pick 5 others, but there are another handful that you should consider. Social media accounts. I'm one to believe that if I'm going to sign up for a new social media account, I want to know that when I sign up, those protections are already in place. But that's not how it is. You sign up for Facebook or Instagram or one of these, you have to go to your privacy settings to protect yourself, to know that when you're posting something, it's only being seen by friends and family that you've let in. Because otherwise, it's out there. And there are criminals that, fraud is something called fraud as a service now. So I might be really good at going through social media accounts and grabbing all the information that I need to sell to the next person who's going to use it to target us. This sounds really antithetical, but I would say bank online. Why do I say that? One reason is because if you don't have an online account or an app, somebody can steal your identity and open it up in your name and take over your accounts. And that does happen. But the other reason is you can go in and check your accounts daily. If you don't want to do that, you can set up alerts. Let me know when anything more than $1 leaves this account. And you get a text message or an email or however you want to set it up. I think it's really a good idea. If it's an app, so much the better. I think there's more encryption. And I'm not an expert. This is just what I've picked up and learned over the years. New Jersey does these shredding events. Go. Because there are still these criminals who are going to go into your garbage, into your recycling bin, into your mailbox, trying to get account information. So shred, shred, shred. Anyone use Venmo or Zelle or what's the other one? Cash App. PayPal's a little different. These other ones are great if you want to split a dinner bill with someone that you know sitting at the at the table to send money to your grandkids at college, but they're terrible for anything else. They do not have credit card protections, right? If you bungle the number that you're putting into your phone to send to your grandkid, and you send it by mistake to somebody else, it's up to the goodness of that person to send it back to you. You have no right to that money if you send it by mistake. And worse, if somebody makes you believe that you need to send them money, and the best way to do it to solve an urgent matter is Venmo or Cash App or Zelle, you don't have any protection. So if you're making a purchase, if you're making a transaction with somebody that you don't know personally, a company you have never worked with before, use a credit card. The credit card is the safest way to protect yourself because that money belongs to the credit card company, to the bank. And almost every credit card transaction that's ends up being criminal or fraudulent in some way, the bank's going to make you whole. They're supposed to do that with your debit cards too, but it takes longer. So my advice is go credit card first. Anybody know what VPN stands for? Few Virtual Private Network, exactly. This is an app on your phone that when you're on public Wi-Fi in this building, in the hotel room that I was in last night, at the train station I was at yesterday, it sort of tunnels your data. So what you're putting out there, if you're looking at your email or banking or whatever, is almost like in a tunnel that can't be exposed back to whoever you're interacting with. Virtual Private Network. Again, I use Norton only because it's free to me. But a couple other that I looked up are Nord, N-O-R-D, VPN, Surfshark, and another one called Proton, VPN. And that's not to say other ones aren't perfectly fine. It's just that when I did a little research on these are the ones that came up top. Some of them have, of all of these apps, some of them have a limited free service, and some are, a couple of bucks a month. But, do your research. And then one thing I really want to talk about is a new concept that we're playing around with. We've done a lot of research on what is it that we can do at that moment where a scam attack is happening. First, we have to educate people that they generally come, let's say 80% of them come with with something that you can identify. Okay, and we talked about it before. I talked about it before. We'll talk more. It's that unexpected communication, right? That out of the blue communication that immediately sets you into a heightened emotional state and includes urgency. If we can train ourselves and our loved ones and everybody know that when these three things are coming at you, that's fraud. And so what we're trying to do, we have to educate people on that. We have a concept of an active pause. So a lot of people will say, just hang up, don't do it, don't interact. And that's all fine and good. But how about taking some power out of the situation and giving it to yourself? Use that moment to regain control of the situation. Respond, therefore, with intention. Control the outcome. And by active, we don't mean passive. We mean active being, you have power to verify, to disengage and call a friend. And so it's active engagement, and it transforms that moment from one of potential vulnerability to a position of strength, where you can use strategic thinking, your own awareness to determine, that it's an attack. And it takes people potentially from victim to victor. And I would love to hear your insights and thoughts about that. And any other question that you want to ask, I think we have some runners, and we have maybe 10 minutes or so for conversation. Do we have folks with microphones? We have some hands up here.
Are there any laws that you can require financial institutions to require two-factor authentication?
Okay, so I'm not in government affairs, and I'm not allowed to talk like I know anything about government affairs. There is no law for that. And I think most of them are doing that anyway. There are a lot of voluntary things. They don't need a regulation. If they see other banks doing it, they're going to do it. And I'm pretty sure, I know all the big banks and a lot of the big credit unions already do that.
Hi. Are companies like LifeLock worth the money to get them?
That's a really good question. These identity theft, identity fraud packages that say that they can monitor the dark web, they can monitor your accounts and warn you if something's happening. And if you do have a theft, they will help you fix it and make you whole. A lot of what they're doing you can do on your own, right? It's the credit report monitoring, it's the credit freeze, it's the building better passwords. But sometimes for people it's a peace of mind. One thing you have to understand about each offer is this. Sometimes they will say that they will help you in an identity fraud situation, except if it was part of a scam. If you lose your wallet, if you lose your purse, they're going to help you. If somebody called you on the phone and made you believe something that wasn't true, got you under the ether, sorry, they're not going to help you. So you really got to read between the lines.
Hello. I have two questions. The first one is when you were saying how to protect ourselves to block our landline, what was it called? No Robo?
It's NOMO, Robo. And it was actually something that came out of a Federal Trade Commission challenge many years ago, and they won the competition. It was like a hackathon.
Okay. And then my second question, I received a notice that my email was on the dark web. I called up LifeLock and say, what do I do about this? They just said, check your credit, check your documents. There's nothing else they can do. And to me, that wasn't enough.
No. Actually, so all of our information is on the dark web, I'm sorry to say. It's there. It's being shared on apps all over the place. This is why, like, if you know that your email has been exposed or if your social media account has been exposed, change the password right away. It's the first thing that you do. And true, those are the things that you should do, but if you've signed up for somebody to do it for you, they shouldn't answer you by saying, go do all that. I'm sorry that was your experience.
Hi.
We have some questions over here.
Hi, how you doing?
Where are we? Oh, thank you.
Just great information, by the way. Do you recommend freezing credit reports as standard operating procedure?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And it's tough if you're in a place in your life where you're needing to access your credit a lot. It's kind of a pain. But we're older. We may have to take out a loan to help our grandkid buy a car or with school or something, but maybe not, right? And even if that happens, you can unfreeze them. But understand that the three major bureaus, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, also can monetize this offering. If you go to sign up, Experian.com or whatever, and I'm not just saying Experian, they all do it, and they say they're going to offer you, click here for a credit lock. That's not a credit freeze. That's something you pay for. So make sure when you go to those websites or you make the phone call to those companies that you are asking for the free credit freeze. We have 5 more minutes. We've got some more questions. I see a lot of hands.
Hello. So in the past, several of the financial institutions I dealt with sent me letters saying that sensitive information, including Social Security numbers, may have been stolen in events. Sometimes it was because a laptop was stolen that some employee took home. They never said what they were going to change, what they were going to offer in protection. But lately, and that was really annoying, how things were going to improve, to make sure it didn't happen again. Lately, when that's happened several times, and the number of times that's happened has increased over time, but lately I got offers from several of these organizations over the last year for some free subscription to some organizations that I'd never heard of before that sounded more substantial than LifeLock. I wondered whether the government maybe has now required that since that changed.
They haven't. I think, for all the rocks we can throw at financial institutions, there are a lot of people in those institutions that are trying really hard to batten down the hatches for us. It's hard for them sometimes to get the attention of a corporate C-suite. But those are legitimate offers, and they'll monitor your credit. I mean, you can do that yourself. And it only lasts for a year or two. Your information is out there in perpetuity. So we have to do those things that we talked about, hardening the target.
Yeah, my question is, how do you stop these phone calls? I get these, final funeral expenses. I get that solar energy, and also updated Medicare plan. Sometimes they come, the person's name is different. Sometimes no names. It could show up on a caller ID as a Merck number. How do you stop those?
So we talked a little bit about some apps that will work on your smartphone to do that. Haya, RoboKiller, Truecaller. We have 2 more minutes, guys. If it's your landline and it's the newer voice over IP, Nomo Robo is an option. Talk to your provider. Find out what they can do to shut them down. And there's one other thing. Put your number on donotcall.gov. Now, that's not going to stop the criminals, but it's going to stop companies that don't have an existing relationship with you from calling. They're going to get a big fine if they do call you. So the volume should go down. And just don't trust caller ID. Let calls go to voicemail, answering machine, whatever you have, and respond with intention. One more question, I think.
Instead of going to the three credit reporting agencies, could you go to the Social Security Administration and turn off your Social Security number?
You can't turn off your Social Security number. I don't know of any way or of anyone that has ever done it. And we all have to know our Social Security numbers are out there. We have to protect against knowing that with the hardening the target that I talked about. I think we're out of time now. We good? Thank you guys so much for listening and for your questions. Appreciate y'all. Going to a break? We're going to a break now? Before we take a break, hold on. I spoke too soon.
Okay. The agenda says that we are taking a break, but before the break, please pay.
pay attention to that index card that you have in your table, because we do want you to write your question if it's unanswered throughout the event, and take that index card and place it in a basket that's going to be in the check-in table when you first walked in. That's important because we want to make sure your question is captured, and we'll get back to replying to your question. We do want you to take a stretch because you've been sitting for a while. Grab some refreshments, and also visit the resource tables, because if you remember, inside your program is a passport activity, and you visit each resource table and you will get a prize, and that's a goodie that you're going to have. And we will reconvene promptly at 10:30, where we're going to have a next session with New Jersey Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're starting in 3 minutes, so please find your seating. We will be starting in 3 minutes. Hello, please, please, find your seats. We want to get started very soon. We're going to wait for everyone to be seating before we actually get started. Hello? Hello? The ticket that you received when you walked in for your meal orders, please place that ticket in front of your pad, whatever it is that you have in front there, so they can see that, because they will be coming around to know what kind of meals you have ordered and to confirm your order. And those who are standing in the back, please, if you can sit. We won't start until everyone's sitting down. Everyone catch your seats, please. Our next speaker needs no introduction, but I'll give one anyway. We're honored to have New Jersey Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin here to discuss the approach to protecting vulnerable populations from fraud. Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin has been instrumental in protecting New Jersey consumers and securing civil and housing rights through historic actions, including landmark settlements on redlining practices and gender-based discrimination. He played a crucial role in multi-million-dollar settlements with companies like BlockFi, Uber, Chipotle, and ExxonMobil, reflecting his commitment to holding corporations accountable. Early in his career, he practiced law at Du Bois and Plimpton and worked as a policy advisor at the Brookings Institution, where he focused on economic recovery following the 2008 financial crisis. Please join me in welcoming New Jersey Attorney General Matthew J. Platkin to the stage.
Good morning. All right. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's great to be here with AARP. It's such an honor. This is such an important topic and such a critical organization, bringing absolutely important information to you all and to millions of people across this country and throughout our state. And I'm so honored to partner with you on many efforts, and I'm really happy to be here to talk about what is some of the most important work that we do in the Department of Law and Public Safety. I have to give a shout out to my almost 91-year-old grandmother, who I was with on Saturday. It was my daughter's first birthday. Thank you for that. It was really special. I have 4 generations, and I told her I was coming here, and she said, "Make sure that you tell them that I love AARP." So I told them. So I'm now fulfilling at least one promise I made to my grandma this week. But my hope is that at the end of today's events, and after hearing from me and from AARP's Director of Fraud Prevention Programs, Kathy Stokes, and each of you will feel more informed and more empowered to make critical financial decisions and be more prepared when you encounter scammers and fraudsters seeking to separate you from your hard-earned money. That's the goal here. And I'm joined here today by many members of our team, and I encourage you to visit our tables. So I want to thank all of the members from our Division of Consumer Affairs, our Office of Insurance Fraud Prosecutor, the Division of Criminal Justice, and members of my senior team who are here today to ensure that you have important resources from our department, and as well as the information you need to protect yourselves. Again, our job, my job as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of this state, an incredible responsibility, is to keep you safe. And that takes many forms. And today you're hearing about critical work that we do in our department to keep you safe from a constantly evolving and emerging threat of fraud and scams. According to the FBI, their 2023 Elder Fraud Report, over 101,000 victims aged 60 and over reported being victims of elder fraud, totaling $3.4 billion in losses. This was a 14% increase from 2022. And from January to May of this year, losses were up nearly $300 million relative to last year. So this is a growing challenge. But we also know, and I know you know all too acutely, that the numbers that I just reported are almost certainly vastly understating the full scope of the problem. Because we know that too many people, particularly vulnerable people, and this is not just true for elder fraud, but it's true in too many areas, are hesitant to report being victimized. So if there's one message that I get through to you all today, it's that reporting these incidents when they occur is essential. And the truth is, the reason why these numbers are going up and why our battle against fraud is ongoing is because the con artists and scammers and grifters have become even more creative. They become even more creative, particularly with respect to vulnerable populations, using new technologies, and constantly reinventing themselves to conduct their schemes. But I want you to know and be confident that we are not powerless in this battle. Today in New Jersey, we have the powerful combination of some of the nation's toughest and strongest consumer protection laws and a host of law enforcement professionals at every level of government, state, federal, county, local, who are committed to protecting you. and to bringing all necessary resources to bear to keep you safe. And the truth is, we know that the list of these scams is seemingly limitless. The FBI has narrowed down their list of what they deem to be common scams and crimes. It's a list of 18 broad categories that includes everything from charity and disaster fraud to elder fraud, romance scams, to spoofing, phishing, ransomware. Now, if those terms are new to you, and trust me, I am constantly asking, what's that again? Even I get confused. You're going to learn more about these today. And so by the end of the day, those will not be unfamiliar terms. They'll be common for you to use and understand. Many of these scams are intricate in nature, while others are simpler and more clear-cut. But at their heart, most of these scams share common themes, because behind every scam is the scammer, someone who has the ability to make you trust them and believe in them. And I want you to know that literally any of us can and probably has fallen victim to these scams at one point or another. And too often, as I said, these scams go unreported because we're embarrassed or ashamed of making a mistake. So I want you to give you a couple of examples of people who you'd think would know better, but still have fallen victim. Earlier this year, the financial writer for New York Magazine wrote a story that she probably never expected to write. She herself fell victim to a scam. So I want you to think about that. This is a financial advice columnist for one of the most widely read magazines in the country who herself was conned. So again, it can happen to anyone. Her story was a wild tale, but basically the scammers impersonated Amazon, told her that she had been a victim of identity theft. Then another scammer pretended to be from the Federal Trade Commission, telling her that 9 vehicles, 4 properties, and 22 bank accounts were registered to her name. And finally, another person claiming to be an investigator with the CIA, okay, not a typical call you get, persuaded her to withdraw money from their bank and give it to them for safekeeping. And by the end of all of this, she had handed over $50,000 that she was never going to see again. So I'll tell you, I didn't fall victim in that way, but I've had calls. We had one last year. I got a call from a financial institution that really sounded good. It sounded real. And it made me think, like, wait a second. Where was my wife using the credit card? Did something actually happen? And, I hung up the phone, and I thought about it for a minute, and then I called my bank with the number that's on the back of my credit card. And they predictably had no idea what I was talking about. And I said, you know what? Like, wow, they almost got me. And I'm supposed to be talking to you all about how to not fall victim. So it really can happen to anybody. And so the story that she laid out really follows the pattern that the FTC has highlighted of the 4 signs that something's a scam. The first, scammers pretend to be from an organization that you know or that you utilize. Next, they create a sense that there's a problem or a prize to be had. Then they pressure you to act quickly. And then finally, they put further pressure on you to pay in a specific way, a very specific way. Virtually every scam incorporates some or all of these elements. And you'll hear more today about the ways that these scammers operate. So I think it's fair for you to ask if someone who writes about finance for a living or someone who is the attorney general could fall victim or almost fall victim. What about me? And that's where the team in my department, the Department of Law and Public Safety in the state of New Jersey, comes in. As I said, I serve as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, and I oversee a number of divisions and offices. So I just want to highlight a few of them so you understand the amount of resources that we are putting to bear to protect you all from these scams. These divisions that I oversee include the Division of Consumer Affairs and the Office of Insurance Fraud Prosecutor and the Office of Securities Fraud and Financial Crimes Prosecutors. The mission of the Division of Consumer Affairs within our department is quite simply to protect the public from fraud, deceit, misrepresentation, and professional misconduct, whether it be in the sales of goods or services. And we do this through advocacy and education, regulation, and, yes, enforcement. We hold bad guys accountable. The division pursues this mission as well through its 51 professional and occupational boards that license over 720,000 professionals in the state of New Jersey. We also oversee over 60,000 licensed businesses. And through our Office of Consumer Protection, Bureau of Securities, the Charities Registration Section, the Office of Weights and Measures, and Legalized Games of Chance Section, we enforce our state's strong consumer laws, which I'll talk more about in a moment. DCA is responsible for licensing and registering a variety of professionals and businesses throughout the state. We enforce the laws designed to ensure fairness and integrity in our commercial and investment marketplaces. And they assist consumers with concerns about particular businesses, professionals, or service providers. Raise your hand if you've ever had a concern about somebody who's provided you a service. Yeah, join the club. Me too. The Office of Insurance Fraud Prosecutor, again, who has many members represented here today, is responsible for investigating, prosecuting, and deterring insurance fraud and serves as the statewide coordinator for all anti-insurance fraud efforts in New Jersey. In the OIFP, we have over 50 detectives and 20 prosecutors, and we're dedicated to investigating complex insurance fraud schemes. The Office of Securities Fraud and Financial Crimes Prosecutions, which is an office that I created to ensure that we had an office dedicated, a criminal prosecution agency dedicated to pursuing major financial crimes, including securities fraud, and holding white-collar criminals accountable for their wrongdoing. We shouldn't be treating white-collar criminals differently than any other criminal, in my opinion, and I want to make sure that we had the office and the resources dedicated to it. So I want to take a moment just to talk about how we enforce the Consumer Fraud Act. Maybe you've heard about it. It's the strongest, arguably the strongest consumer protection law in the country. We've used it to hold accountable everyone from the opioid manufacturers and distributors to big social media companies to run-of-the-mill scammers. We use it for everything. And the Division of Consumer Affairs, which is housed in our department, enforces that law. It fights consumer fraud even for the smallest purchase. But when you make major financial decisions, like buying a car or remodeling your home, you can count on the Division of Consumer Affairs to help protect you from fraud and help you if you fall victim to a scam. Each year, the division collects millions and millions of dollars in penalties and restitution from companies that don't deliver on the promises that they make to consumers. The Consumer Fraud Act is a long law. At its core, it says if you promise something to a consumer, if you promise them you're going to do something and you don't do it, you got a problem with the state of New Jersey. That's what the law says. And so with partners that we have in federal government and in the private sector, DCA is also working to protect New Jersey residents from unlawful telemarketing. Who here likes robocalls? Well, we're working on that. And we're working to protect New Jersey residents from debt collection practices that simply cross the line. At the same time, the Bureau of Securities is charged with protecting investors from investment fraud and regulating the securities industry in New Jersey. And by registering broker-dealers, investment advisors, and their agents who conduct business in our state, the Bureau has the ability to identify problems and provide protection for victims even before they occur. Just to highlight a couple of our cases from last year, in January, the Bureau of Securities ordered 3 website operators involved in cyber scams to stop offering fraudulent cryptocurrency schemes in violation of the New Jersey securities law. These operators were known, again, here's another term that I did not know, were known as something called pig butchering. Okay, again, the scams are evolving. This is a common scheme where the name comes from, not the most, palatable name, but it comes from because the idea that they fatten up their victims before they swindle them of all their funds. Pig butchering usually begins when fraudsters, often using social media, contact victims and lure them into fraudulent investment schemes, increasingly cryptocurrency investment schemes. The fraudsters gain the victim's trust, sometimes by starting a romantic relationship or a friendship. And then they start making them feel like they're winning. The investments, phony as they are, do quite well, saying they grew significantly. And then the scammers ask for more and more money, and as part of the scam, demand multiple types of fees to withdraw the money, of course, while never actually returning the victim with their money or the earnings that they supposedly obtained. So we're taking on pig butchering scams. In November, DCA resolved its investigation to Dollar General Corp. concerning allegations that the store violated our weights and measures laws by selling merchandise that scanned at the cash register for higher prices than what they advertised in the store. Who's ever had that happen? They paid 7 figures based on inspections that we conducted at almost 60 New Jersey stores over the course of several months. In October, the Division of Consumer Affairs came to a nearly $500,000 settlement with a South Jersey home improvement contractor who agreed to dissolve his business and pay over $250,000 in restitution to resolve a lawsuit alleging that the contractor and his company defrauded senior citizens and others who hired them for various home remodeling projects. And just this year, the Bureau of Securities took emergency action against a fraudulent online investment recovery scheme impersonating a broker-dealer. The Bureau ordered that the operation involved stop impersonating this broker-dealer and had to recover lost or stolen money. The broker-dealer that was not a real broker-dealer was swindling investors to pay them to recover money that they were told was lost in violation of our securities laws. I also want to highlight Medicaid fraud. 1 in 5 Americans rely on Medicaid for essential health care coverage. OIFP is responsible for investigating, prosecuting, and deterring insurance fraud and serves as the statewide coordinator for anti-insurance fraud efforts throughout New Jersey, including in partnership with many of our county prosecutors, some of whom are represented here today. We investigate a wide range of insurance fraud schemes, and we serve as a clearinghouse for various cases referred by public insurance companies, the Medicaid program, and other law enforcement agencies. OIFP, as I said, also funds other agencies to do this work. In 2023, OIFP developed the School Outreach Program, in which OIFP staff, including attorneys, detectives, and civil investigators, visit schools at all levels, K through 12, and institutions of higher education, in an effort to educate folks about the work that we do. And throughout the year, in furtherance of this mission, the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit aggressively combats Medicaid fraud and the abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation of elderly or disabled individuals. In 2023 alone, more than 24 defendants were indicted, pled guilty, or were sentenced for these types of crimes. We know that this is a national problem. According to estimates from the National Healthcare Anti-Fraud Association, American taxpayers are losing more than $100 billion a year to Medicare and Medicaid fraud. $100 billion a year. And so the types of frauds that OIFP investigates are often complex schemes. But again, at the core of these scams are, just like in all of the scams I've talked about, are those who can convince others that what they are doing is legitimate and above board. And so of all of the tips that you're going to hear today, I go back to the story that I told about myself. When something doesn't feel right, you get a call or a text message or an outreach on social media, or it doesn't feel right, trust your instincts and check it out. You know, when I was growing up, I wanted to be a journalist, and there's an old adage in journalism that if your mother says she loves you, check it out. In this case, if your grandson says he loves you, check it out. The scams can take any form. And increasingly, and we'll talk about this in a moment, I think, increasingly through generative artificial intelligence can take the form of sounding like somebody you know. It only takes 3 seconds of somebody's voice to record what's called a deep fake. So they can go online, get your voice from something you did years ago, and create a recording that sounds a whole lot like somebody you know and trust, or even like yourself. And so if you feel like something isn't right, please report it. You can report it to us through our Division of Consumer Affairs website, report it by phone, and we'll get all this information to you. But do not feel ashamed or embarrassed that you did something wrong. It's really easy now to fall victim to these, and if we're not reporting them, we can only act on what we know about. And so the more we know about, the more effective we can be at protecting you. Because one thing I do know for sure, if you get that call or that scam, I am certain you're not the only one. And so the more we hear about it, the quicker we can act. And so if you can help us by reporting incidents when you experience them, even if you don't fall victim, report it, but also helping get the word out. And that's where AARP and our partners and community organizations throughout the state are so critical. Get the word out about what we're doing and why we're taking this so seriously. It's a growing problem. It's a real problem. And while technology is great in many, many ways, it has made this threat all the more acute. So I thank you for having me. This is a joint effort across every level of government and with all of our partners. And I so appreciate you being here and all the work that you're doing to combat this abuse.
Thank you so much, General Platkin, for that impactful presentations, for all the good information that you're sharing with us. Yeah, wherever you feel comfortable. And do you want this back? Do you need this back? Okay, so now we're going to transition to the Q&A session. And I'm going to invite another AARP volunteer, Rich Sodom, to join us to actually moderate this Q&A. Now, Richard began volunteering with AARP in 2020 as a virtual speaker with AARP New Jersey Speakers Bureau. Richard's enthusiasm and expertise quickly elevated him to the role of co-leader of the Speakers Bureau, where he now plays a crucial role in shaping and guiding presentations across the state. His influence extends beyond this, and as he often speaks on behalf of AARP National Speakers Bureau and provides training to other state speakers bureaus across the country. Rich has also recently joined AARP New Jersey Fraud Fighters team, raising awareness about various scams affecting our 50-plus community in New Jersey. Let's have a round of applause for Rich and join him on.
Thank you, Carmen, for your kind words, and thank you, Attorney General, for the work that you're doing in your agency in protecting the citizens of New Jersey. Let's start off with a little bit of awareness. You talked about various successes that you've had recently in fraud, right? So talk about some of the trends that you're seeing, particularly targeted for the audience that you see here.
Sure. Thank you so much for your service and for that question. As I talked about, the trends are that as technology has new technologies emerge, so too are new types of scams. So I just mentioned one at the end that there's a lot of talk now in the news and other places about artificial intelligence, and it's going to have tremendous impact that are positives for our society. But one area where it is particularly concerning is with respect to fraud. So we're increasingly seeing the use of social media, fake social media accounts, phishing scams, which have been used through technology for some time, are becoming more sophisticated. You heard about the financial advisors, or the financial columnists ordeal, multiple layers to a scam, multiple different people impersonating multiple places. And again, with technology that's easier for them to do, hiding telephone numbers or using fake numbers that show up and things like that. But the core is, at the end of the day, if it doesn't feel right to you, if they're reaching out to you, if they're telling you something's wrong, if they're giving you a very specific course of action that involves you paying money, I would say take a pause and check it out. So even as new scams emerge, they do continue to have common themes and common signs of fraud.
So what are some of those common themes and common signs and signals that we should be looking out for to make sure that we're vigilant?
Yeah, again, it's very often the first outreach is from somebody or someplace that you have a trusting relationship with. It could be a family member. It could be somebody who's a caretaker, whether it's them themselves or somebody impersonating to be them. It could be an institution that you bank with or that you're a member of or that you work closely with or that just has an intrinsic place of trust with you. And then, again, they'll create a problem, usually create some urgency behind that problem, and then give you a specific way to pay for that problem to go away. And all of those are very common signs. So all of the different forms it can take, that's sort of the core of it. So if somebody is reaching out to you, telling you there's a big problem and you got to pay for it in a very specific way, that should be a red flag. And, like I said, like I did, hang up the phone, call your financial institution if they're pretending to be that. The number that you know is really the financial institution, report it. But should not follow the very specific course of action given to you by someone who may very well be a scammer.
Last week there was a thing in the news about how billions of Social Security numbers had gotten out onto the web, right? What are some things that we can do to protect ourselves so that we don't become victims as a result of that?
Yeah. So I didn't thank you for the question because I didn't talk about data privacy, and these are related. All of our information now in one way, shape, or form is probably entered into the internet or an app or some other way that ends up, potentially vulnerable. So there's some good hygiene that we should all take. By the way, we hold accountable people who fail to secure the data that you provide them. In our office, we are routinely suing and getting big penalties from companies who have data breaches. And among those involves restitution for victims, but also ways to protect the information that has been leaked. You've probably gotten those notices. They are good to follow through on. But some good hygiene, some of this may sound basic, but it's really important. Make sure you have strong passwords, more than 12 characters with, various symbols. Make sure you remember your passwords, so have a safe place. That's a problem I struggle with. But have strong passwords. Use two-factor authentication. That means if somebody tries to log into your account, you'll get a contact, whether it be a text message, a phone call, or an app that you use. Really important to use two-factor authentication. When how it says common questions or security questions that you may get asked, don't use things that somebody could look up on the internet. So, as much as I would love to use my mother's maiden name because it's easy for me to remember, that's pretty easy to figure out. The first color, sometimes you get asked, what's the color of the first car you had? Well, cars only come in a few colors. And most of them are white, gray, black. You're not going to see many people answering fuchsia for that. So use questions that are unique to you and that only you would know. And then, again, find a safe place to write them down so that you remember them. But taking good hygiene and making sure that you're protecting and updating your passwords and security information is really critical to protecting from a data breach. And then if one happens, follow the steps provided to secure your information online.
You had mentioned generative AI before and artificial intelligence. Is there anything else that you want to share on that topic, or have you pretty much exhausted it?
So I think, generative AI is now a very hot topic. The governor has established a task force for all of state government to be preparing for this. In our office, we are similarly in the Department of Law and Public Safety, bringing all of our relevant agencies together to think through its implications. And it's a very confusing topic. And frankly, artificial intelligence has been around for decades. This is not entirely new, but generative AI, which means basically the ability on the computer's own to develop new, to build intelligence on its own, is new and is transformative. But the things, and so some of the concerns I have about deepfakes that I mentioned earlier, where they can impersonate a voice very accurately. In fact, there was a case up in New Hampshire where President Biden's voice was impersonated, was prosecuted. We have tools to do that here in New Jersey, but obviously it's something to be mindful of and be prepared of. And it just means, again, being vigilant. Now it's not just if you get a text message from somebody saying they're your loved one. You might get a phone call, and it might sound like that relative that you talk to all the time. So if it sounds a little off, hang up and call the person and say, hey, did you just call me asking for money? And if they did, then, you can, I'm not saying like nobody ever asks anybody genuinely for money, but just that's where generative AI has changed the game. And this is not just unique to scams. This is going to be a challenge in our election systems. It's a challenge in ensuring that accurate information is deployed through news media. This is a real challenge that is developing from this technology.
You had mentioned a lot of things that your agency and your offices are doing. What are some of the ways, and would you talk a little bit about how you work with local community organizations and also how AARP and the volunteers and the members can help you guys?
Yeah. Our partnerships, particularly with organizations like AARP and organizations that have sense of what's happening on the ground in various communities, are essential. We could not do this work without those partnerships. You will very often, almost always, know about a problem in a community before we will. That's just the nature of how things work. You're going to hear about it. Maybe it happens to you, happens to a friend of yours. And so what we try to do across many spectrums of issues is build relationships on days when things aren't going wrong. We call them blue sky days. It happens to be a beautiful day out, so today it makes sense. But we want to build those relationships when things aren't going wrong, when you're not in that moment of crisis, which is why we have so many folks here today, so that when you do need us, when something does happen, you know where to go and how to report it, and you have trust and confidence, as I hope you will after today, if you don't already, that we will take it seriously, that we will act on it. But I just stress, the more information we know about, the better we can do in stopping it. And we have a lot of tools at our disposal to hold bad actors accountable, to protect vulnerable populations, but we can only do that work if we know about things that are occurring. And while we can do some of that on our own, we are way better, and our forces are multiplied substantially when we're working closely with members of the community.
What about some of the tools? What are the tools that your agency has that you use to try to combat this kind?
Well, several of them I went through, so I won't regurgitate those. But our laws, our consumer fraud laws, our securities laws, our data privacy laws are very strong. And, I sit atop one of, if not the largest, attorneys general and law and public safety offices in the country. Many people don't know that. So we have, including state police, we have 8,000 people who work in the Department of Law and Public Safety. Our Consumer Affairs, Division of Consumer Affairs, over 500 people. I mentioned how many prosecutors and detectives we have dedicated to this work on the criminal side. I created a new office of securities, fraud, and financial crimes to hold accountable serious white-collar crimes on the criminal side. So we have significant resources. And then when you add our partnerships, our county prosecutors' offices, our local police departments, our county consumer affairs efforts, our federal partners in the FBI and various other agencies, we have tremendous resources. But again, the most important resource we have is information. And when we hear about things, being able to act quickly, whether that be through an investigation, an enforcement action, going to court, suing somebody, putting out consumer alerts, which we do a lot of, educating people, partnering with AARP to get the word out. All of this is how we work to protect you.
You had mentioned earlier that people tend not to report crimes, and it's also true with AARP's research that we found that most people don't because they're ashamed, they're embarrassed by it, right? And it's basically a financial crime. So what would you say to somebody who's hesitant to report it? How would you get them to be able to speak up and voice themselves and say, you know what, this happened to me. I've been victimized.
It can happen to anybody, and there's no reason to be embarrassed. You know, Joe reports a scam to us. We don't put a billboard up on the turnpike saying, "Can you believe Joe got scammed?" That's not our goal here. Our goal here is to protect you. It's to ensure that if you're a victim, that we can do the best we can to get you your money back. And that at the same time, we can prevent other people from falling victim to the same scam. There is really nothing to be ashamed about. And I understand. Like, I've been there. You make a mistake, you don't want to tell people, especially if you're part of a vulnerable population where you may feel like people will assume, that mistake's going to keep happening. But trust me, that we're all better off, and you particularly will be better off if you make that call, if you go on our website, if you report it. And we will do everything we can to protect you. I'll tell you, without naming, there was a case, somebody not too long ago, fairly high profile, reported that fell victim to a scam and several $100,000 were paid to an accountant that was not actually the accountant. And we were able to, because he reported it so quickly, we were able to freeze that money before it went offshore. And he's getting his money back. And so, had he not reported that money's probably in the Cayman Islands or somewhere that we're not getting it. But that's the importance of reporting these types of cases.
We've got about 5 more minutes left, so let's just close out with a slightly different spin on things. What advice do you have to family members or caregivers in terms of how they can protect their loved ones from falling victim to fraud?
Yeah, it's a great question. This is something that my wife and I do for our family members. Educate folks, pass along the information that I'm giving you today. Stress that this can happen to anybody, and be vigilant yourselves. If you hear a loved one talking about a call they received or a text message or something that doesn't seem right to you, don't just let it go. Be vigilant about it and check it out, because odds are if it doesn't seem right, it happens so frequently now, it probably isn't. And so just like I said, check it out, be vigilant, and encourage them to trust you to provide that information to you if they don't want to act on it on themselves.
Attorney General, thank you for taking time out of your busy day. I'm sure you've got many, many other things to do, and the crowd here appreciates what you've done for us. I know we've all picked up something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, General Platkin. Thank you so much. And Rich for monitoring. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's lunchtime, so hold off. Before we go to lunch, again, if you haven't written any questions on that index card, opportunity to continue writing any questions that you have and dropping it off in the basket and the check-in table. And also, what we want you to do is to stay really seated, because I believe the food is going to come to your table. I mean, if you need to go to the restroom, go, but because we will be starting promptly at 12:15. Right now it's 11, a few minutes before 11:15, and we want to make sure that you enjoy your lunch, but you actually take your break that you need, write those questions, and we will start promptly at 12:15 in our next session, which is going to be interesting as well. Thank you.
this morning. I have every one of them on the chart.
Hello? Hello? Okay, we're ready to start. I hope everyone has had a good lunch. Now that it's dessert time. But now we want to proceed with our next session. And the focus on today's session is on fraud trends and what immediate actions we can take to protect ourselves. To lead this discussion, we have the one and only Karin Price Mahler. She's familiar to you, right? You've heard her name before. She is the founder of NewJerseyMoneyHelp.com, an independent website that gives smart, free advice about everything money. She is also an investigative and enterprise reporter for NJ Advanced Media, writing for the Star Ledger and NJ.com, where she writes the Bamboozle Consumer Affairs column and covers topics that intersect with money, consumer rights, and fiscal responsibility of the government agencies, cutting through red tape and helping readers who have nowhere else to go, and they turn to her for her specialties. She is a recipient of many national and local journalism awards. Karin's work has led to new laws, brought about government accountability, and recouped millions of dollars in refunds and restitutions for her readers. Before I welcome Karin in, I just want to make a note, because a few people have been asking about access to this program, getting a copy and sharing the program with you. So you're going to find a live stream of this programs today at the AARP Facebook website, as well as you will receive an email after this event where you're going to have information about other resources as well as a link to access this program. And now, let's give a hands of applause to Karin.
Hi, everybody. Love that. All right, so first I'm going to start out with my two devices I have here. I am an insulin-dependent diabetic, and I wear a glucose monitor, and I wear an insulin pump. Yeah, how many of you out there, right? Thank you, love it. So if you hear beeping, I'm not being rude, and I'm not taking messages from friends or anyone. So before I talk a little bit about fraud specifically, I want to talk about the Attorney General, who basically stole my speech. It's true, but here's, right, you know, who's hacking whose emails around here, right? But the truth is that repetition when it comes to this stuff is good and it's important. I'm going to veer off from my scripted notes that I had here, so I hope you guys are just going to, you know, work with me on it. I do want to start with the importance, to repeat what he said, if you're ever scammed, don't be embarrassed. Don't be afraid to report it. If you don't report it, well, first of all, you're not going to have any chance of getting your money back. But reporting it, even if it won't help you, it will help other people. And so I'm very lucky. If you guys are familiar with the things I write about, the scams that happen to people, my stories come from my readers. I'm not making up these scams. I'm not talking about anonymous people. I'm talking about real people who had real losses and real experiences, whether it's with a scammer or a company that didn't do the right thing. These people have been brave enough to put their faces and their names out there to share their story, not just hoping that I can help them to get their money back, but to let everybody else know what happened to them, because it can happen to anybody. And I'm going to tell you about an identity fraud thing that happened to me in a few minutes. But first, did anybody get a letter notifying them that their anchor benefit would be filed automatically? Excellent. So So for those of you who are not familiar with the latest on the anchor property tax benefit, this is for the 2021 tax year. So if you were a resident of your, as a homeowner or as a renter, as of October 1st of 2021, and if you meet the income requirements, and I'm not going to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you right now, you probably know if you're eligible or if you're not. So the news that I broke last week was that on Monday, people were going to start Monday that just passed, people were going to start receiving these notification letters about their anchor application. These are legitimate letters. Now, I'm not saying that there are no fakes out there, but the Treasury Department did send legit letters that basically said, it's coming, be patient, you don't have to do anything, we're filing automatically for you. And that's terrific. Now, if you didn't get one of those letters, starting on Monday the 26th, you should receive an application packet. There's a packet for homeowners, there's a packet for renters, and then you'll have to complete the application. This is where those of you who don't like to do things online need to prepare yourself. They're using a new system to verify identities, because there has been theft of people's anchor benefits in the past couple years. Now, exactly what the frauds are and how they're perpetrated, the Treasury Department doesn't want to publicize that because they don't want to give scammers any ideas. So, have you ever heard of ID.me? Okay, so many of you who receive these application packets are going to be asked to complete the ID.me process online. That's not a scam, okay? But what I want to make sure that you do with any websites that we talk about you going to, any phone numbers that we tell you to look up, don't just Google it and automatically click on the first thing that you see, because there are scammers who take out ads on Google, and they try to get their ads placed high up, and they will misrepresent who they are. So if you Google Anchor Hotline, the first number that comes up might not be the actual Anchor Hotline. If you're looking for the Anchor website, it might not be. Now, I'm not saying that I've seen this happen with Anchor, but I have seen it happen with many other things. Whenever there are government benefits to be paid out, the scammers want a piece. So look very carefully before you go to any website and enter any of your personal information, and that includes going through this ID.me process. If you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to do it, but what you will have to do is visit in person to one of the regional treasury centers where they can help you go through the process there. So if you're not 100% comfortable going it alone, you don't have to make an appointment, but you can, and you can find information on where to contact the right different centers for your area on the Treasury's website. So, like I said, the AG took a lot of my thunder. So I'm going to try to be like a scammer and be quick on my feet here. I'm going to start with my own personal ID theft story, which was not part of the programming I was planning here. So I'm just going to read to you a little bit from a story that I did in 2022. Oh, 2022, that's old? It doesn't matter. These kinds of frauds happen over and over and over again. They change slightly. So I'm just going to read from this to give you sort of the lay of the land of how I ended up with accounts. It was actually in my husband's name, but, we're partners here. Could be either one of us. Does anybody know what informed delivery is? Okay. So informed delivery is this terrific service from the Postal Service where you get an email with images of the packages or letters that you should be expecting to get that day. So if you've ever been afraid that someone's going to try to steal your mail, having informed delivery is a terrific way to know what should be coming, and then if it doesn't appear, you know to question it, to look out for it, maybe call a company, maybe contact your local postal service. So I had informed delivery, and I knew that I was supposed to get a personal letter, a gas bill, and one other thing. Now, most of my stuff, I bank online. The advice that we had earlier to do online banking is terrific. Yes, I know doing stuff with your money online might make you nervous, but it is the easiest way to get alerts and stay up to date on your accounts. So anyway, most of my bills come to me online. I just prefer it that way. So when I went to pick up my mail with my gas bill, it wasn't there. There was no mail. I said, okay, that's strange. Every once in a while, informed delivery might be a day off. So my next email I got the next day said I was supposed to get another personal letter and some junk mail that was supposed to be coming. All I got in my mailbox was the junk mail. I said, all right, we have a problem here. So I went to the post office and had a conversation with the clerk who said, oh, wait a minute, I have something here. Your mail is being forwarded to an address in Tennessee. So nobody was outright coming to my mailbox and stealing my mail. They somehow were able to put in a change of address mail forwarding thing with the Postal Service. So my personal letters, my gas bill, and whatever that other thing was, they were headed to Tennessee. So this is, not an unusual or impossible fraud to happen. I contacted all my banks. I went to my investment companies. Nothing was fishy with my credit report. I froze my credit report. Who has a frozen credit report? Oh, man, that's not enough people. No, seriously, it's not enough people. When you freeze your credit report, it means that if a bank or a lender gets an application in your name, whether it's a car loan, a credit card, could be anything, when your credit report is frozen, the lender, the bank, won't be able to get your credit information, so they'll never process a loan. It's a way of stopping scammers from opening up accounts in your name. So if you don't have frozen credit reports, please do that the first thing when you get home. You can Google it carefully. But anyway, made sure that my credit reports were frozen. Nothing seemed to be fishy, so all seemed to be well. The Postal Service had an investigator work with me, and they were able to give me a freeze where nobody could change my address for 6 months. It couldn't be permanent, and it wasn't something that was available to everybody because I was actually the victim of a fraud. I was told at the time, this isn't something you can suggest to your readers, to put a freeze on changing their address. Anyway, so that happened first. What happened next were the fake accounts in my husband's name. Somebody started a Citibank account that was getting a debit card. It was for a checking account linked to a savings account, and it arrived in the mail. It was probably supposed to be forwarded to Tennessee to the scammer. So we contacted Citibank, took care of it. Nobody actually stole money from us, but think about that as a new way that scammers would try to get your information. Not just open up an account in your name, but open accounts in your name after they change your address with the Postal Service. It happened to me. So I don't know exactly what kind of advice I'm giving you specifically on this, outside of get informed delivery from the Postal Service, because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't have known that I was missing those personal letters, and I wouldn't have realized that there was a problem with my mail. So we're going to talk more about the mail when we have our panel discussion. Let's go back to Anchor for a second. So these letters that went out from the Treasury Department are legit. They're real. You can bask in your automatic application. But as the months go on, as payments start to be made, that's when scammers are going to try to get their piece. So last year I had a couple of different stories from readers who had experiences where their Anchor benefits were stolen. What basically happened in these cases was that somebody else had applied to the Treasury Department using their address or a past address even that one particular renter had lived at. And they were waiting for their benefit. When they finally got through to the Treasury Department, oh, we already sent it to this address. So this can happen. But the Treasury Department is taking steps to stop it by using ID.me. So if you do have to go through this verification process, do it. But if you get a text that says, your banking information isn't right, something went wrong with your direct deposit for Anchor, do you think that the Treasury Department's going to send you a text? Absolutely not. Forgive me. So when it comes to texts, a lot of them are fakes. People, scammers, will impersonate companies, banks that you might work with, and they bring up some panic. Your order didn't go through. Your package was delivered. Wait a minute, I wasn't waiting for a package. Or, your deposit went through, or your bill paying didn't work. And it gives you a link. And if you click on that link, you're probably going to be taken to a very convincing-looking page that impersonates the business or the bank or Amazon. It could be anybody. And it's going to ask you to enter your personal information. You're basically just then serving your information up on a silver platter to scammers. So, I bank at, let's call it, Bank ABC, right? Because you guys don't need to know where I do my banking, even though I think I've written about it in the past. But Bank ABC sends me a text, and it tells me that there was a problem with my payment, or a payment was late, or something like that. Don't touch that link. Instead, go to your card, your bank card, your debit card, your credit card, call the phone number on the physical card. Why? Because once again, if you Google it, the first listing that comes up might be legit, or it could be an impersonator. And if it's an impersonator, then you're going to be calling a scammer to say, help me with my information. Here's my social security number. Here's my bank account number. Here's my PIN. Here's whatever. They're good. These scammers are good. They are professionals. They know how to manipulate you to give information. So, most of us in the room are of a generation where we like to be polite, we like to be nice, but if you get a phone call similar to these kinds of texts, just hang up. If you get a call from someone saying that, they're your bank, and we want to make sure that these fraudulent purchases, or, these possibly fraudulent purchases were actually yours, it's really hard to know if it's truly your bank. They change the caller ID so it'll have your bank's name. It might even show the actual phone number, the real actual phone number, the legit one for the bank. But it's a spoof. They're just trying to convince you. Hang up the phone. If you're rude to a customer service person who's legit and you hang up on them, I think they'll forgive you for just wanting to be safe. Once again, go to your card, get that phone number, and make the phone call on your own. And I think you'll find most of the time it was a scam attempt. And I don't want to see anybody in this room fall victim to any kind of scam. So there is one scam I've written about a bit this year that I want to remind all of you guys about. I don't know how many of you may live in the home that you've always been in, or maybe there's a retirement home you have your eyes on. You're thinking about downsizing to a townhouse instead of the 5 bedrooms that you don't need anymore. Real estate scams are really on the rise. Now, there are many different kinds of real estate scams, but I'm talking about the ones where you're tricked into wiring money to a scammer instead of to the correct person who's involved in your transaction. So I've written, I guess, about 3 different people that this happened to over the last year or so. One couple lost $90,000. They were seniors. They were downsizing to a retirement home, and that's in their case. Then I had 2 younger couples that I featured earlier this year. One lost, I think it was $30,000, $32,000, another one $25,000. It's supposed to be down payment money. So here's what happens. When you guys buy a piece of property, you're often dealing with a real estate agent. You have an attorney. Then there's somebody who works for the title company, all involved in this. You might also then have, a separate mortgage company that you're dealing with. So you've got lots of people, and these purchases have lots of moving parts. And now that we do so much electronically, it's common for everybody to be on a group email, right? You know, it goes to the attorney, it goes to the real estate agent, goes to you, so everybody can be coordinated and working together to make this transaction happen. In the cases, a couple of the cases that I did, one of the professionals ended up having their email hacked. In other cases, and we don't know exactly how the scammer got the information, but let's say the attorney has the email address and it's, you know, blah, 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 attorneyllc.com. Instead of LLC, it might be LLLC, like something really hard to notice. And in these cases, the scammer would send information, here's the number for your wire transfer, send this much money by this date, and the buyers got tricked. In some of the cases, the scammers were so sophisticated, they not only were sending the emails, but they had control of, in one case, an attorney's office email. So they were actually sending from the attorney's office's legit email and then deleting the sent emails, so if the attorney ever looked through, they wouldn't have seen it. Yeah, crazy, right? So if you ever legit need to wire money to a real person, do it on the phone or in person where you get the number. Don't rely on emails. Does that make sense? I mean, it's scary. It's a huge amount of money. I know I'm getting waved at because we're going to move to our panel discussion shortly. I just want to remind everybody, I'm going to give you an email address. I have several of them because I do work for the Star Ledger and NJ.com, but also for NJMoneyHelp.com. It's very simple. Ask, A-S-K, ask at NJMoneyHelp.com. Ask me questions, ask me for resources. I answer everybody. I have a feeling after today I might get a whole bunch of emails at once. Typically, if you don't hear from me in 48 hours, that means you're in my spam folder. Okay? I answer all emails. So please use it. It's ask at njmoneyhelp.com. Thank you guys for all coming out today. You're not done with me yet.
Carmen, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
You share so much information to us today, as well as in your area, your media, all your media that you provide for us. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to stay here. Thank you so much. You took a seat. And now I'm going to invite the panelists to join us on stage. Our final session today is going to be on a discussion behind the badge, tackling fraud with law enforcement experts. Great. So we are joined by Wilson Rodriguez at the end from the U.S. Postal Inspection Services, Glenn Gizzi from IRS, and Detective Marcus Good from the Middlesex Prosecutor's Office. And now I'm going to turn it over to you, Karen, to give a little more information. But you know what? Yeah, you're going to give them more information about their background. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Wave at all of us if you can't hear us, because we're going to be sharing our microphones, okay? Excellent. All right, so I'm going to give you some bio information. We're going to start with Glenn, the gentleman in the middle. Glenn Gizzi has worked for the Internal Revenue Service for nearly 35 years. In 1989, he began as a taxpayer service specialist answering account and tax law questions, then as a revenue agent in 1994 before becoming a tax specialist in his current department, Communications and Liaison. This man's been around. His current assignments include annual federal state tax workshops, North and South Jersey working together, AARP, multilingual associations. What languages do you speak?
I don't. I just work with the multilingual.
Excellent. Multilingual associations, school districts, and the underserved community. Next to me, we have Detective Marcus Good from Freehold, New Jersey, a neighbor of mine. Freehold being the neighbor, Monmouth County I'm from. He started his career with the East Windsor Township Police Department in January of 2014. He transferred to the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office in 2018, and he's been a member of the Special Investigations Unit since 2021. Then we've got Wilson at the end. I expect he's going to have a few things to say about my mail situation. So he is a postal inspector with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Inspector Rodriguez has 19 years of federal law enforcement experience. He's currently assigned to the USPIS Philadelphia Division, Edison Field Office, Mail Fraud Team, which conducts financial fraud investigations. Specifically, as an inspector assigned to the Mail Fraud Team, he investigates cases related to elder fraud, Ponzi schemes, business email compromise, and government fraud. So thank you guys all for being here today.
Thank you.
So I have a list of questions here that we're all sort of prepared to talk about, but I also kind of like to go with the flow when we can. So why don't we start with my mail situation? And I just want to start by saying I don't blame anybody in the Postal Service for what happened. There are procedures. Scammers get around these things. I think what's interesting is when I go on vacation, I will stop my mail and I'll do it online. And there's a little bit of an identity verification process that you have to go through for that. I don't know what happened in my case. So what can people do to protect themselves from something like this?
Agreed, yeah. Internet change of addresses requests, there was a period in time a few years ago where that became a popular fraud scheme. As with many emerging fraud schemes, we picked up on it. Measures were put into place to identify this type of fraud scheme, and they've been minimized. You've mentioned some of them. Having informed delivery is a powerful tool as a consumer that you can have because you can see what kind of mail you're getting. And so if a trend continues where you're missing pieces of mail, then a red flag should go up and you should consult your local post office and inquire about more information. One thing I will say about informed delivery is during periods of high mail volume, such as the holiday season, there may be a lag in between when you physically receive the piece of mail and when informed delivery says you should receive it. Not to be alarmed.
So once again, be patient with it, right? But it's definitely one of the best free, by the way, free services that you can get to keep an eye on your stuff. So Wilson, let's, I guess, stick with the mail and checks. Now, I know we spoke briefly about online banking. How many people use online bill paying instead? That's great. Okay, but then the rest of you guys are sending checks, right? So we've heard about check washing. Can you explain what check washing is and how someone can protect themselves? Check washing, yeah.
Check washing is an art. It is an art. And it's a type of fraud where criminals use chemicals to wash off information that's on a check, generally the pieces that are handwritten with a pen. And for obvious reasons, they will remove the payee and the amount on the check. Generally, if they're smart, they will keep the signature on there and the memo line. The fields that have been washed will be altered to reflect the person or entities they would like to add on there. And oftentimes, they will increase the amount that you had on there. One thing I should add is that there is a research that shows if you use a gel ink pen, it will make it much harder, if not prevent, check washing. For businesses, there is an account system called Positive Pay. This can become cumbersome and might lead to some overhead, but when you issue a check with your banking institution, you have to write down the check number and the amount, the dollar amount. So when it's tendered or negotiated on the other side, your institution will make sure that what you entered matches on the other side. It's not something available for consumers, but maybe down the road.
So thank you for that. So with check washing, if a criminal wants to do this, they have to get their hands on your checks. And if your checks are put in the mail, how is the mail protected? I know that we've seen over the years a lot of changes to the blue mailboxes, but there's more.
Yeah, so in short, the safest way to send something is if you can add a level of service that includes tracking, such as certified mail or priority mail. Unfortunately, both cost a little bit more than your standard first class of mail. What I will say is if you have to send it via first class of mail, please use the letter slots inside your local post office. That may be inconvenient for some of you, either due to distance, parking, etc. If you have to use the blue box, many of the blue boxes, as you mentioned, are being modified to have anti-phishing measures to prevent mail theft. But what I will say is every blue box on the street should have a posted pickup time on it. Generally, there's 2 a day. Once in the morning around 11 a.m. and the second at 3 p.m. Please do not deposit mail matter in any of the blue boxes after a posted pickup time, because then it will be vulnerable to any type of criminal activity and will spend the night by itself in the blue box.
Now, you use the word phishing. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that he actually means F-I-S-H-I-N-G in this case. Can you just describe what had been happening?
Yeah, so phishing, not to be confused with mail phishing, which is PH. It is when criminals, if you recall, I'm sure many of you recall because I recall these blue boxes, the ones that had the standard revolving door. Criminals would open that door and you would have a large mail slot, and they would essentially fish mail out of there with an improvised device. Some sort of contraption, some homemade, some more sophisticated.
Play-Doh, chewing gum,
right.
Anything.
And so that's how they would recover the mail or remove the mail illegally. And since then, the blue boxes on the street have been modified with anti-phishing measures. Some notably, as you may have seen, hopefully in your local neighborhoods, where they have the thin mail slot.
Okay, thank you. So we all love the IRS, right?
Yes, come on, yes, right?
Did
I not give you good information today, right, from the table? Thank you.
All right, so now we want some more good information.
Sure.
So we've all heard stories about people who have been the victim of ID theft related to their tax returns. And I have historically told people, nobody really wants to or enjoys maybe completing their tax returns. And you might wait until April 15th to do it. I always have recommended that people do it as soon as possible during the tax year. Can you talk about why that might be a good idea?
Yes, Karen. So if you file early, you're attempting to stop the data thief from filing a tax return with your Social Security number. Now, if you have an identity protection PIN, now some of you have come up to the table and have asked me about what is an IP PIN, identity protection PIN. So let me ask you right now, this will help explain the answer I want to give. How many people here have an IP PIN already? Raise your hand. Actually, a little bit more than I expected, but not as many as it should be. You should have all raised your hand, okay? An identity protection PIN is a foolproof way to stop somebody from filing a tax return with your Social Security number. Just so you understand, when a tax return is filed electronically with the IRS, once it goes through the front door, let's say it's a scam return, somebody used your number, once it gets past our front door, even if one of our many 200-plus filters stops that return, you can't file your real return electronically. You have to do it by mail. And by doing it by mail, you're looking at an average of 4 to 6 or more months for it to be processed, whereas electronically it's within 21 days. An identity protection PIN, if you go online to irs.gov, put in IPPIN in the search bar, and you get yourself an identity protection PIN. It changes every year. Because you get an identity protection PIN, we will not accept through the front door a tax return without it. So we can get 1,000 returns with this young lady's Social Security number on it, and it won't make a difference because we won't process it. But when she files her return with her identity protection PIN, it will actually go through, and she'll get her refund within about 3 weeks.
And if she works with an accountant?
Every one of your accountants should be fully aware of an IP PIN because it has been around for nearly a decade. Since January of 2001, it has been a voluntary program that any taxpayer can apply for. Prior to January of 2021, I apologize, we had rolled it out. First, we started with high ID theft states like Georgia, Florida, New York, and then we expanded the program throughout the country. And in January of 2021, anyone can go online. And you're all very familiar already with this system of how to verify yourself because you have to do it with your anchor benefit. It's called ID.me. We use the same system. So if you actually go to ID.me and set up your account, okay, with them, get yourself verified, you can access for IRS, Social Security, the anchor benefit, and many other corporations and government entities. So a lot of people use ID.me. Having an IP PIN is the number one way to ensure that your tax return, your Social Security number, cannot be used on a federal tax return. We can't talk about the state of New Jersey or any other state or any other entities, but you'll stop your federal return from being abused.
And when you file your federal return, file your state return. Do it as fast as you can once you have all your paperwork. Please.
And Karen, I was just going to mention, when you mentioned before about your accountant, your accountants are aware of this because we have been speaking from Stakeholder Liaison for years about this. I chide all CPAs, public accountants, enrolled agents to have all of their clients get an IP PIN. Now, folks, I'll be the first to say I fully understand that maybe a couple people in the room might have some trouble with technology, the New Jersey driver's license, trying to show it on a phone. You know, when you're doing the ID.me, if you have an older flip phone, it's not really going to work as well. You need basically a smartphone. But ID.me will set up a video link and do this for you. So it's either going to take 15 minutes online or within 2 hours, they'll contact you and go through the process, and then you'll be verified. Once you do that, not only will you be able to get your IP PIN every year in January, you'll actually be able to go into your own IRS account because this is under IRS Secure Account. So it's like a win-win for the taxpayer. But just remember, if you go into the system, you're in the system for life. It's voluntary. But then nobody can ever file a tax return without that yearly changing PIN. So it's not one PIN you have to hold for the rest of your life. We change it every January. And you have to go online and download your new IP PIN and give it to your accountant. And your accountant is also told not to put it into their computer system until the day they're ready to file your return, because data thieves will sit inside of certain computer systems looking for things like an IP PIN, looking for passwords and things like that in your accountant. And we discuss this with accountants at length, okay, about data breaches and how to protect your information.
Thank you. I think that's really great. So in addition to informed delivery, you guys are all going to go home and get your your IP PIN, right? Get yourself set up for tax season. I know, never too early. Let's move on to the detective because we don't want to talk about filing taxes anymore. I want to talk about contractors. So any of you who have followed my writing, you know I write about myself on occasion. I'm actually redoing my kitchen with, what I would call on the cheap, right? We're getting a new countertop, we're painting. My house was built in 1986. My kitchen looks exactly like it did from the people who built that house. But when it comes to hiring contractors, it's tough. Some are terrific and legit, and others are, at best, not good at the work that they do, and at worst, they just take your money and run without doing any work. So I've written in the past about changes that are going on with the home improvement contractor registration, and now there is going to be a license. It's going to take some time to knock that out. But if somebody has a dispute with a contractor, I have found that often police want to say that it's a civil matter, it's not a criminal matter. What should people know if they ever have a problem with a contractor?
So going back to, this brings you back to college, we learned about something called mens rea, which is Latin for guilty mind. And that's something where a differentiation can be made based off of if a contractor is doing something business-related that is not of a guilty mind, that it's just a bad business decision, or if they're perpetuating a crime over and over and over again with many different customers, and they are doing something that they are intending to steal your money. And it's written into the New Jersey theft statutes as well, that there has to be intent there for them to want to steal from you. And there can be a gray line there where your one instance may not rise to a level where the police might believe there's criminality. However, if a contractor does something where they start a job over and over and over again, but they never finish, or they take a deposit and they never finish, and they do that for multiple people, then it can rise to the level where we can start to create a case, which is why whether they're a bad contractor or whether they are trying to perpetuate a crime, it's important for you to report that to your local department. And even if they don't want to take that report from you, they're required to, and they're going to take what you say and they're going to write a document about it. And then if this contractor has that same issue in multiple different towns or maybe multiple different people within the town, then the local department will kind of get some legs with that, or the prosecutor's office will as well, and we can move forward with prosecution of those cases.
So this goes back to what the Attorney General was saying. If something happens to you, you should report it. Something with a contractor, yeah, get a police report done. Police might not be able to take any action at the time, but have the report done. Then you should also file a complaint with Consumer Affairs. Maybe they already have a dozen complaints against this person, and you having your complaint in will, help to build a case if there is actual criminality going on. Now, Consumer Affairs will handle things, on the civil side also and try to get people restitution. But you're not going to get anything if you don't file the complaint. So, whether it's, a contractor or any kind of a scam, don't be embarrassed. Don't feel stupid. It can happen to anybody. It does happen to everybody. But you just need to report it. Now, I would like to talk for a moment about romance scams. Forgive me, I'm going to read because this wasn't a story that I wrote. I just want to make sure it's accurate. So the FBI had shared a story about a romance scam. This was an 81-year-old woman who was tricked by someone who pretended to be the love of her life. She was fooled not only into losing her own money, but she was then acting as what's called a, quote, money mule, M-U-L-E, a money mule, where she participated in a variety of schemes to make money, and these were illegal actions for this person that she thought she loved. Eventually, she was arrested. 81 years old, she was arrested. She pleaded guilty to 2 counts of identity theft related to the stuff that she had done. So I would like to just kind of open it up to you guys. How can the people in this room and their loved ones recognize that they're not only just being scammed, but participating in a crime?
So I'll answer and then I'll pass it along. But typically if somebody cold calls you or they message you on Facebook or on some social media platform, or you get a text message and they're striking up a conversation, you see this when you walk through New York or Philadelphia as well. If somebody's trying to hand you a pamphlet or they're reaching out to you and you haven't asked them for anything, you're probably the product. You're probably who they're trying to get information from or trying to sell you something. And in this case, they're trying to sell you on helping them continue their criminal acts. We were talking earlier about AI and how voices can be used to seem like somebody's on the phone when they're actually not. Some of these criminals, they don't need AI. They just need somebody to believe their story, and they'll say, hey, I'm talking to you. I love you. I want to be a part of your life. Now I need you to talk to somebody else. And when you call that other person, they're going to believe what you say because it's really you, and you truly believe what you're saying as well. And so one of the things that you can do to ensure that you're not being caught up in something like this 81-year-old woman was, is to just be aware of who is reaching out to you and be inquisitive and take a second before you start having conversations with people, whether online or in person, about anything that they may want to talk to you about, because it just might be a scam, and you don't want that to be something that happens to you.
Now, before we continue with this, just along this line, some people in life are lonely. They don't have family that they're close with. They don't have friends that they speak to frequently. But those are the people who are often the ones who fall victim, because they're not having conversations with their loved ones about, oh, I met this person said this to me, this person said that to me. Do you find that that I guess these scammers go after certain types more frequently?
Yes.
If that's fair?
So most people who are under retirement age, they are a bit busier. There's a financial CPA who I follow, and he talks about the messy middle. The messy middle is the people in their 30s and their 40s who they're running around, they're at work, they have their kids to deal with. They don't really have time or want to deal with somebody calling them about anything. They have lives that they need to tend to. Once people get older, typically they will be either a spouse might die, or they may be alone, or they might be in the home by themselves, quiet with not a whole lot going on. So if somebody calls them, or if somebody emails them, or if somebody reaches out to them on a social media platform, they are more apt in general to engage that person in conversation. And so typically these scammers will pick up on that, and they will try to speak with people who might be older, or who might be lonely, or who may not have somebody to speak to all the time, which is why it's important, if you don't have family, or at least to have friends, or to have some type of loved one or somebody in a community sense, maybe a church, to be able to talk to about issues or things that you might be going through, and to be able to bring these things up so that if you don't catch the fraud or the scam, maybe they will as well.
That's why it's really important to speak to people about what's going on in your life, especially when there's something that's unusual or somebody's asking you for money. Even, the most experienced of us can get scammed. You might think that you know everything to look for, and hopefully you do. But they keep changing the way they run these scams. So having a conversation with someone about it, it might just, make the light go on, and where you see something, or, realize something's not quite right. I want to turn, I'm going to guess that a bunch of people in this room have children, maybe grandchildren, maybe people starting their first jobs. Young adults are often the victims of scams also, and they may do a lot of financial transactions online. They may not go to the resources that we in this room have grown up with. So I want to just touch on tax returns for younger people. My youngest is now 19, but when my kids were early teenagers starting their first jobs, there was always a little bit of a worry, like, all right, well, what if somebody steals their identity? What if someone files a tax return in their name? What can they do?
Well, actually, Karen, it's exactly the same thing that everybody in this room can do. It's never too early to start with identity protection pins. It's never too early to take care of your information. Let's face it, folks, we all realize that the younger generation puts everything online. They don't have the filters that we had growing up because we didn't have the internet. They post everything on there. So they don't think anything of sometimes if somebody says, hey, I noticed my Social Security number is whatever, and it ends in 1234. Anybody have something like that? And next thing you know, they're all posting their Social Security numbers online because they don't realize it. So you in this room, besides having a conversation with your children, even though they're adults, if you have grandchildren, you need to have conversations with them about internet privacy and security. And to that end, when someone turns 18 years old, they can apply for an identity protection PIN, and then every year they'll go and they'll download their new PIN, and no one can use their Social Security number to file a federal tax return. This will protect them. Now, this system, like I said before, is voluntary, but it's also for life. So once you're in, you basically stay in. You can get out, but it's better to stay in. Why not have that free layer of security that prevents a problem? And for young people, Karen, this is exactly what they can do. They can get an identity protection PIN and learn that when their employer asks for their Social Security number, they have to provide it, but not to leave the copies around, not to just show the card to anybody.
And what about if you have somebody who's younger than 18?
So people who are younger than 18, they do start working. The parents will be claiming them on tax returns. Their Social Security number will appear there. I think, and I could be wrong, but I believe we are trying to work on getting it for younger people, except that, basically when you're 18, you're an adult, so you usually apply for the program. And, under 18, there may be cases where if the parents are subject to identity theft, that we can actually get the number for the younger people, especially if they're filing a return because they're working, or if they have investment income that's in their name and Social Security number, they have to file a tax return.
Okay, no, I think that's really, really helpful. Now, I want to go back to the mail for a second, because we do see mail pieces disappear sometimes, right? And you don't know if it just got lost, if it's caught up and was sent to a wrong place where it has to, hit a couple of destinations before it gets to its final resting place, or it could be flat out stolen. So if you have sent something, a check that wasn't cashed perhaps for a bill, at what point should somebody be worried?
So the Postal Service is going through some reorganization, and mail flow is being optimized. That may not mean it will move quicker. And so mail, unfortunately, in the past few years has been moving a little bit slower, and it can take upwards of 7 to 10 days to be delivered to its intended recipient, and that's first-class mail. However, as we mentioned earlier, I would suggest all parties have informed delivery. So the receiving party can track what he or she should be receiving. However, if you do suspect mail theft or anything similar to that, I highly suggest you report it to the postal inspectors. We have a website, uspis.gov, and you could go on there and report suspected mail theft.
Now, can you actually, just to make sure that everyone's on the same page here, what's the difference between my local post office and the Postal Inspection Service?
So the local post office is your place where you can do your postal transactions, mail, receive mail, ship mail, etc. The postal inspectors is the law enforcement branch of the Postal Service, where we protect the employees, the infrastructure, and the mail, and also investigate crimes that are perpetrated through the mail, such as mail fraud and things of that nature. We also have another agency, which is the USPIS Office of Inspector General, OIG, which handles the internal components of the Postal Service, fraud, waste, and abuse.
Terrific. I know that's something that can be confusing, and even though I've written about this stuff before, when it happened to me, I was like, okay, which places should I put my complaint? So I want to make sure you guys understand the differences here. So I want to send out to all three of you, I guess. What's the one most important thing? And I'm going to ask you for something that's not the informed delivery, and I'm going to ask you for something that's not the IP. What's the most important thing that people can walk away from after today? You guys could fight over the mic. Any order.
I'll just take it first. Be aware, okay? Be aware of everything that you're receiving. Be aware of when you're giving information out, okay? You're having a general conversation with somebody, okay? Is somebody, leaning more towards, the old E.F. Hutton commercial, right? Is someone trying to listen to you? Why speak on a speakerphone and discuss your personal information, which I can't believe how many times in a, airport terminal, on a train ride to Philadelphia and back for work, that I hear people talking about medical information, personal information, estate information. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of where your information is. Make sure that it's not available. If people are coming in and out of your household, make sure you don't have all that information just sitting around that somebody can take it, especially if you're still working. If you're doing self-employment at home and you have client information, which might include Social Security numbers, if you're doing some payroll or something, be aware of your surroundings and keep that information secure. Keep your information secure and keep anybody who you're holding it in trust for secure. Flip a coin? Okay, there you go.
I don't know what E.F. Hutton is, but I saw some people nod their head about what that is.
Marcus, you're killing me here.
But for me, one of the most important things would be to ensure that you report what is happening to you. One of the questions that I'd seen was things that happen regarding cryptocurrency, like if it's going overseas, what are the chances that I'm going to get my money back? Why should I even report something like this? And people always make mistakes. And when I say people, I mean criminals. And so although in your case, yes, your money might be in a cryptocurrency account and people have tried to obfuscate where it's gone, and you might have trouble, we as law enforcement might have trouble finding it because they made one small mistake. But you report that to your local agency, and they report it to the prosecutor's office, and you report that to IC3, which is the FBI's Internet Crime Center. And then that scammer, that criminal, as we learned earlier today, did the exact same scam, but they made a different mistake and for a different person and another mistake. And we can take those 5, 10, 20 mistakes as puzzle pieces and create an entire picture to try to find that person or those people that have been committing these crimes. And so it's very important that even if you yourself in your one individual case don't necessarily see justice right away, to continue to report anything that happens, because you may be able to see that justice later on as other people have reported the same crime and we find the same suspects regarding those crimes.
I will say reporting it is critically important because that's how an agency can develop and monitor if there's a trend going on. And so reporting is paramount. I would say also that please do not pay to play. So if it's too good to be true, it is. And I think that's the one phrase, if you can take anything away from this, is just do not pay to play.
So now I want to know, what's the most common or biggest or craziest mistake that you see people make where you think if they had maybe heard about it before, like you guys telling them about this now, that maybe they wouldn't have made that mistake?
Unfortunately, I see elders that are targeted. And the criminals, as is mentioned before, they have a narrow target deck. They're specifically looking for a certain demographic of people that are above a certain age, widowed, and even veterans. And so when I notice when they get pitched with these elaborate, very sophisticated call schemes indicating that you've won either the lottery or the publisher house clearing sweepstakes, these are very, very good scams. And what they tell them, the one thing that's resounding among all the victims is that they're told, keep this a secret. And I think what I've been learning is that if I can at least educate people, do not keep it a secret. Please tell someone else that you won so that they can challenge you and perhaps bring you back to life, because now you're paying to play.
And for the IRS side of it, what I have seen is twofold. One is what we call ghost preparers. These are people who prepare your tax return, but you'll notice at the bottom where you sign, they don't sign. If your preparer is not signing the return with their practitioner taxpayer ID number, PTIN number on there, they're probably not somebody who should really be doing tax returns. Okay, you're paying them to do the return, so they should own up to it. Even though it does say on there, if any mistakes are made, it's your fault. But if your practitioner or your preparer, I should say, made a mistake, you can refer back to that if you gave them the information. Problem is, if they don't sign the return, we just assume that you prepared the return yourself. The other thing, which just left my mind that I was going to mention as a follow-up, still deals with tax scams. Just, again, if it's too good to be true, do not go with it.
The IRS does not want an iTunes gift card.
That is correct. Thank you, Karen. So if you receive, I have the tear-off over there that talks about it, but if you receive a call from the IRS out of the blue that says you owe money, you don't, because you would know if you owe money. Trust me. We have multitude of letters over 6 months of time or longer. It's nothing that you would know out of the blue, but sometimes if the scammer says don't Don't tell your spouse about it. Again, that goes back to what Wilson said about keeping something a secret. No, speak up about it. Just remember, always hang up on the IRS.
Thank you. I was going to say.
Yes, I had a feeling you would.
That's beautiful.
Yes, just if you aren't expecting the call, I said to several people in the back, if you call us with a tax question, a technical question, or you're dealing with offer and compromise or something, we may have a dialogue going back and forth, but we're not going to call out of the blue. We haven't been calling taxpayers for years. So if you get that call, just say, yeah, send me the letter, hang up the phone. If for some odd reason you forgot that you had sent us a letter or a call, then we'll send you a letter back. That's all. And we're not going to be mad about it because 99.99% of those calls will be scam calls. It is not the IRS calling. Do not fall for what it says on your caller ID. It may say government, Internal Revenue Service, or it might have a 202 area code. What's that area code? Washington, D.C. Do you think there are any people that work there? I mean, of course they work there. I should take that back because I'm being recorded. All the other people work in Maryland with a 301 area code. So D.C. is just the thing that you know the most from your generation, like the E.F. Hutton that Marcus doesn't know about. All right? You see that 202, trust me, it's not the IRS calling. We do not call. Okay? So hang up the phone. Be careful of that scam. That's pretty prevalent that a lot of people will call and ask you for that iTunes gift card.
Oh, okay.
If you have a mistake you want to share, otherwise I know we've got some questions out there.
Sure. Very briefly, touching on what Glenn said, it's just verification. You're a part of your own team, and your team includes you and your two-factor authentication. It includes a strong password. It includes your bank ensuring that they are doing their part to make sure your information is safe. Don't be the weakest link of that team and just give your information away, because it doesn't matter what else you put on top of that. You, as an integral part of that team, need to make sure you just don't give that information away. So always verify who you're speaking with, and if you do that 9 times out of 10, your information won't be able to get out there to get money taken away from you.
Turning to our audience out here, we have a question. Do we have a question?
Name is Paul. Does anyone in law enforcement can tell me, is there a law that requires two-factor authentication from financial institutions?
I don't know if there is a law, but
our security summit that works, I can only speak for the tax professional side. So your tax software, whoever you use as your practitioner, they have what we call dual-factor or multi-factor authentication that they should be using. The Security Summit is a group of federal, state, and private organizations that develop the tax security software ideas. So when they see a trend happening that, like Wilson has mentioned before, or Marcus, we see something happening, we go to correct it. And dual-factor, multi-factor authentication is one of those things. Or some of you might know it as one-time password, OTP. You get that when you access some of your credit cards. That's all part of a system. As it being required as a law, not that I'm aware of, but it's highly, highly encouraged by all institutions to do that as part of their regular banking or financial transactions.
And just tailing off of that, in New Jersey, we don't require two-factor authentication for any businesses. Typically, it has to do with the consumer saying, oh, you're not going to ensure that this is going to happen. I'm just going to move somewhere else. And so those problems typically take care of themselves as consumers pick companies that will protect their information.
Now, I know as a consumer it might be a pain in the neck, but all of this stuff is a pain in the neck. Just think about how much worse it would be if your identity was stolen. So while it's a pain to go through the two-factor stuff, really it's much easier than dealing with fraud after the fact. So I'm just asking for advice here. I don't know where we are on time and what we're doing with questions. Great. We've got one in the back.
My question is concerning the ID PIN. if you have an accountant and the accountant receives the PIN every year, what happens if you switch?
No, the accountant does not get the identity protection PIN. They should not be receiving it. The individual, the consumer, the taxpayer is the person that goes online. Now, what I realize talking to a lot of tax practitioners is if they have a clientele that are older and nobody else is helping them, they feel like it's difficult for them to help the person go through the process. But it's the taxpayer who gets the identity protection PIN and gives it to their accountant, whoever they're using for that tax year. So if you move around, which is fine, you shop around or you're moving, your PIN is given to whoever's going to do the return for that year.
So where are our microphones? Let's go over here.
So Middlesex County is now doing a property alert service. Is that being done by other counties in the state of New Jersey?
That's not something that I would know about working at the prosecutor's office. That would be something that you'd have to ask someone else about.
So I have heard about this generally. I can't speak specific to any particular county, but there are a lot of things with your own property where you can take certain steps to make sure that no one's trying to sell your property out from under you, for example, right? We've heard of these kinds of horror stories. I wrote about one woman who owned an empty lot that she was eventually going to build on, but somebody actually sold that property to somebody who had, to somebody else, and it was a lot of confusion. So if you do have concerns about your property, somebody misusing your information related to your property, you should actually go to your town and speak to your town and see what kind of alerts they might be able to attach to your property. If you've been a victim of identity theft, some towns will actually sort of like flag your property information.
And the good news is, if you live in Middlesex County, the reason why I don't know a whole lot about that is because we always we have an individual who works at the county, and if there's something that comes in that's suspicious, we always get the notifications, and we get those flags, and they come in, and she says, "Hey, what about this paperwork? This doesn't look right, or this deed is a little off," and then we'll investigate it from that angle.
I don't see where our microphones are. In the back.
If you're doing a joint return for your IRS, how does the ID PIN work with that?
So the IPPIN, the IP PIN, both spouses should have it. If you have a married filing joint return, you both should apply. Okay, it takes about 15 minutes. You each have to apply on your own and go through the system, because there's a spot on the return where you sign for your IP PIN. Now, of course, many people do it electronically, so you'd have to look at a blank tax return. But if you're doing your own return, there is a spot that's going to ask you, do you have an IP PIN? If you say yes, it'll ask you to put it in. And it'll do it for each spouse. So
each spouse would have a separate number.
PIN, correct. It's a 6-digit number. It changes every year. It's completely random. Don't be surprised if a couple of years down the road you see the same number again, because there's only so many 6-digit combinations. But each taxpayer stands on their own with that.
Okay, next.
Just as a follow-up, our accountant files everything e-file, so I don't technically sign it.
Correct. But they will ask you, do you have an identity protection PIN? And if you do, they will ask you for it, and they will put it into the program for you.
Thank you.
My wife and I actually lost 2 different sets of checks over the past couple of years, one for a funeral and one for a wedding. The only reason that we knew that they didn't receive it is that we didn't receive an acknowledgement that they sent it. And I understand about the need to send it tracking and that, and we'll consider that. But earlier this year, when we filed our tax return, we always have our checks direct deposited. And for whatever reason, the IRS sent a message eventually. We got a check in the mail. We avoid checks in the mail like the plague. And so why does the IRS, if you're set up to receive direct deposit, why does the IRS send a paper check, which puts our return at risk?
So on the tax return, you put in your bank account routing number and checking or savings account number to receive a refund. If something has to be done with that return, if there's a question during the processing and it's pulled out of processing and letters are sent and back and forth, sometimes that will result in an actual paper check if it is not the amount, the exact amount that was on the return. Then we wind up having sometimes to send it. Also, sometimes we send the checks out to the banks and then they get returned to us. And then after 4 weeks, we'll just send it back out, but we'll send it out as a paper check to the address that was on the tax return. Again, it comes down to an individual situation. I'm not sure, and obviously you don't want to get into, in front of everybody exactly what happened, but there are reasons that paper checks go out. Most of the time, it's something happened to the return. I hate to say it, but very rarely is it an IRS error that we send out a paper check if you're supposed to get a direct deposit, because the computer is actually doing it. But if something happens in processing, it could revert back to a paper check.
So something that people often don't realize, whether it's the IRS or whether it's another bill paying that you're doing from your bank to someone that you're paying, not every direct deposit is actually 100% electronic. And I just want to make sure that people understand or aren't confused by that. For example, if I, have my companies that I normally pay my bills to, some of them I will tell my bank, okay, electronically send them this money, but they don't. The bank actually cuts a check and sticks it in the mail to go to that company. So just because you're asking for direct deposit doesn't mean it's been electronic every step of the way. Is that a fair explanation?
Yes, that is.
And none of the things that you had said, and I looked into it as to what the reasons are, and none of the reasons happened. So that's what was confusing, and no one at the IRS, when I dialed the number, you couldn't get to the IRS, unfortunately, because you had to wait a month or so afterward in order to be able to...
Was this during the pandemic by any chance?
No, this was this year.
This year's return.
This was this year's return, yeah. So it was...
See me after the session.
We love a good mystery. I can't wait to hear how this one ends up. In the back.
Thank you very much. Many seniors don't have access to computers, or they don't. If they have a computer, they don't actually have the technical knowledge to do a lot of what the things that you suggested today. So their alternative is to turn to the telephone. So many times, the telephones use bots. So how can we compel companies to make one of the bot choices speaking to a human? And because many times, as you know, and I'm wondering collectively if that is a legislative thing or if that's something
My mother-in-law, bless her soul, has a computer, has a tablet, has a phone, and refuses to do anything online with banking at all.
And
she
that's fine.
makes the call,
So
and she will wait and wait.
Right.
And you know what? I think we're all going to just have to keep waiting. I think it's going to be pretty impossible for companies to be willing to spend the amount of money they would have to spend to have human beings answer every phone call. I hate to say it. When you guys start making phone calls because you didn't get your anchor benefit and you start getting bounced around in that phone tree, it's the same thing. How many physical people are they going to pay to have?
I understand. That used to be how it was. So if that's not available for those seniors who don't have access or who don't have someone who can assist them, so now they're going to call to that phone company. What other resources can someone without a computer get to you to resolve a problem?
To get to me? I accept paper letters.
Any agency to get a problem. So for the IRS, for that.
So for the IRS, the 1-800-829-1040, that spells out 1-800-TAX-1040, that line is staffed. We have hired more people. Of course, our budget is dependent upon Congress. So as we've gotten money, we are able to hire more people. On the tax professional side, we hired thousands of people to be on that phone line for your accountants to call. On the taxpayer side, your side, we hired more people to answer those calls. And some people we have some callback features. Yes, there are some bot features, but if you don't press the button for that, then you'll just be in the queue to talk to a person, okay? So yes, sometimes it does take longer. A lot of people call Monday mornings, because they got the letter on Saturday, and that's the worst time to call because everybody else is calling on that Monday morning. Wait a day or so and give a call. If you feel like you want to come into an office, there's an appointment line. If you go to irs.gov and look up appointment phone number, it'll tell you there's a phone number you can call to make an appointment for your local office. Right over here in Edison, we have one. But actually, you'll find out that about 55% of the people who call that line never have to go in. The people who are on that line work in accounts. They see what your issue is, and a lot of times they say, just send us the stuff to this number, and if you can't fax, and they say mail it to this address, and they'll handle it so you don't have to take the time to come into an office.
And as for Middlesex County is well aware that people need assistance with this, and sometimes they don't have individuals who people don't have those people in their family or friends who can help them. So Middlesex County, you can either go on their website. I can also send the information to AARP. It might be able to be disseminated. But at the very least, on Middlesex's website, there are options regarding assisting individuals, consumer affairs, etc. If you need assistance with being able to be guided through whatever the situation might be to navigate for what you need assistance with, the county does have those things in place to be able to assist and guide you in those instances.
In the front.
So you guys have been pushing ID.me, and I get it. And I've been messing with it since the VA started requiring it some years ago. And then about 6 months ago, there was a change in the terms of service. And apparently at that time, ID.me required that they would sell your personal information to their 10 or however many best buddies. And on usage, your name, and other stuff. I mean, not your Social Security number. But they would be selling it. Now, they're a commercial entity. They have to stay alive somehow. But this is a form of tracking and another way to get your personal information sold to people who perhaps were not, say, of the best intents. Has there been any pushback by the... I deleted my account for that reason because why be tracked?
So I'm just going to say I'm not familiar with the specifics of what you're saying. I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth here. I just haven't been able to confirm it. I just want to get that out. You know, part of the problem today is that, yes, your information is sold. I am willing to bet that my personal Social Security number, my address, all my previous addresses, my birthday, my children's names, my husband's name, my mother's maiden name, I believe it's all out there somewhere already. I know that's kind of pathetic to think, but I live my life assuming it's all out there already. So, you know, what can you do to protect yourself? Freeze your credit report. Check your bank accounts online. You know, all of these steps to be able to track yourself is really all you can do because, you know, we didn't discuss it before, but, you know, this 2.9 billion Social Security numbers going back decades being out there, what can you do about it? Honestly, I don't think there's all that much you can do about it, except monitor the stuff that you have. Sorry to be depressing on that, but did you guys want to add anything on here before? So we have a question back there.
Thank you so much for so much information so far. We really appreciate it. But my question is this. I've been instructed by many people that when you see an email come in that's questionable, to send it to the company with their phishing address. I've been doing this every single time. Sometimes I'm absolutely sure that it's a scam, and sometimes I'm really confused, and I really don't know what to do. And I sent each email to the company involved, and all they ever do is say, thank you for sending it. They never tell me, was it a scam? What should I do?
So I've actually done this myself because I'm a big believer in reporting things. And boy, it gets tiresome to keep sending these emails over and over and over again to companies and not really quite learning what's going on. But I mean, the truth is, reporting is good. Recognizing the emails are good. I have questioned emails that did turn out to be legit, and it gave the company sort of second and third thoughts about sending out emails like this because they looked suspicious, because we're all taught to be suspicious, right? Especially if the grammar isn't good, stuff like that. I mean, did you guys want to?
I was just going to say that on the IRS side, you know, phishing with the PH at irs.gov, we take all of that information and we warehouse that in a database, because when we can connect the dots on several of those emails, when they do find the scammer, we have the backup information from you, the taxpayer, who reported it. So we always encourage our practitioner community and our taxpayer community. You get a phishing email from IRS, someone purporting to be from IRS, send it to phishing@irs.gov, and we will keep that information. We will not get back to you because it's not, you're not asking for whistleblower status. You're not filing that kind of paperwork. So we're not going to get back to you to tell you anything because it's always going to be an ongoing case.
From the Postal Service side, you will never also receive an email or a text, which is smishing, and an email would be phishing, indicating that your parcel was misaddressed or has some sort of invalid address and requires a $3 fee to have it be redelivered. That is a scam. That is a fraud.
I get a lot of those. Did we have a question over there?
Yes. What is a fraud alert placed on one's credit file, and how does that differ from a credit freeze?
I don't want to get the specs wrong. A credit freeze will mean that nobody can apply for credit in your name. If a bank gets an application from somebody using your information, that bank will want to check out your credit to determine if you're a good risk, right? If you're a good person to lend money to. So if you have your credit file frozen, the credit reporting company will say to the lender, sorry, there's a freeze on this, we can't give you any information. And what bank in their right mind is going to give a loan to someone that they can't verify whether or not they'd be able to pay it back? So that's what I've been recommending. We're going to take another question from the front, and I'm going to come back about the fraud alerts.
We have one follow-up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the follow-up is, what is a fraud alert?
I'm Googling so I can be accurate to you. I told you I
Sorry,
wasn't.
Karin.
No, it's all good. Let's go to the next one, and then we'll talk about it.
I just want to say I got a follow-up email after the Social Security numbers were hacked. And they said, just give us your birth date, and we'll tell you if your Social Security number was hacked. So that taking a pause is a great thing to do, because that really made me realize I'm not going to do this, but it was tempting for a second.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys get anything specific related to?
I received that same email, and you do have to take a pause. You do have to stop for a second and think about it. And if you're still not sure, you've got, if you truly are somebody who doesn't have a family member to talk to, someone in your religious institution or a neighbor or a friend, I highly doubt that, because you're here today. So you have people around you. You can call AARP and ask a question. IRS has the volunteer income tax assistance and tax counseling for the elderly during the filing season. But if you need to, you can always call, somebody and just ask a question. Does this sound right? That, breach that occurred in April has given scammers plenty of time to get together really good-looking emails without any, spelling errors to go out and try to fish for that information.
Yeah, watch out for all those emails. Whenever you hear about a data breach or something that's going on in the news, it's really common for scammers to sort of attach their latest attempt at getting your information to something in the news. And, I should have mentioned it earlier, but we've got an election coming up, right? I don't know about you guys, and yes, I do write about politics on occasion, so my inboxes are full with all sorts of emails from people, on every side of this election. But what I haven't seen yet, and what you can expect to see, you might start seeing texts or emails that say that there was a problem with your voter registration status. Click here to fix it, or whatever. And in that case, you're going to end up, giving your personal information to yet another scammer. So I just wanted to clarify here the fraud alert and the credit freeze. So according to Experian, one of the credit bureaus, so I would consider this a good source, I Googled, but I knew what their logo looked like, and I knew what their actual email address was. That's how I know I'm actually on their site. A fraud alert is when creditors will be asked to take an extra step to verify your identity before they would open the credit in your name. And you could put this on your accounts as well. The credit freeze is more drastic, where the credit bureaus won't give out any information about you, and that's what I recommend you do. And if you're curious, what happens then next year I'm going to buy a new car and I'm going to need a loan, you can temporarily lift the freeze. You can contact the credit bureaus and say, lift my freeze on Monday and put it back on Friday. Like, you can be that specific and give them actual dates. So it's a really easy process that you should look into. So only if it's a really fast question, because I'm going to get in trouble.
Okay. Yeah, I hope I'm going to word this correctly. For a while there seemed to be a phone scam where people would call saying they were from Microsoft and that there was something wrong with your computer, and in order to fix it, you would have to give them control of your computer, and in some instances, give them a credit card number, too, for their services. I'm not sure if that's still going around. I know a friend of mine received a call like that, and she said, isn't that ridiculous? I don't even own a computer.
And you know what? It is still going on, and it's actually taken a new twist. And this is where we're going to have to end today. The new twist is that the person will apologize for the problems that you had, and Microsoft wants to give you $200 for your trouble. Can I have your bank account information so I can send you the money? Wait. It gets worse. People give the bank account information, and then the scammer says, oh, no, I made a mistake. I accidentally sent you $20,200. Can you send the money back? And, if someone has taken control of your computer, they can be showing you a fake bank statement or a website that looks like your bank, showing that, yes, indeed, there is a deposit processing. So then you transfer out the money, and you'll never see that again either. So the same scams keep coming back. They will be similar. There will be slight differences. The scammers will continue to be incredibly talented. So report it. Protect yourself. All right, an IP PIN, informed delivery, report it. I just want to thank everybody at AARP, everybody with our panel, everyone for being here today. I have a feeling we have some final words, so don't walk out just yet.
Just remember, folks, this is an industry. This is a business for scamming. They're not going to stop. So being informed and being alert is the best thing that you can do for yourself and your family.
Well, thank you. That was a great discussion. Don't you think so? A big thanks to our panelists and for Karen for moderating. Now I'm going to welcome my colleague, my co-volunteer partner in crime, to make this all happen, as well as with AARP staff. And she's going to do the closing remarks. Thank you again, and a safe trip home.
Okay, does everyone feel more empowered after today? I want everyone to raise their hands if they have at least one takeaway from today. Terrific. But now I have two more takeaways for you. One, add to your phone contacts the AARP Fraud Watch Network's helpline. You'll always have it readily available if you need help or if your family, friends need support and guidance, including who to report if you're targeted by a fraud. So have it readily accessible, because fraud is not going away. Secondly, education is an important part of preventing fraud and empowerment. So please help share the knowledge that you gained today, okay? Also, many of the agencies that were represented here today have outreach programs. Many of them with Wilson, Glenn, and Marcus. We also have our AARP Speakers Bureau, who also can go out there and do outreach. And also, lastly, the presentations that you've seen today, as Carmen mentioned earlier, they will be eventually available on the AARP New Jersey Facebook site. You don't need a Facebook account to access it. And it will also be on the AARP New Jersey YouTube. So whatever was here, you can watch it again. And please share that out to everyone. With all the large-scale data breaches, including the most recent one involving Social Security numbers, we are all vulnerable. Okay? So let's give ourselves the tools and resources to prevent it for ourselves. And as Marcus said before, I thought it was a good line, let's not ourselves be the weakest link. Thank you again for attending this New Jersey Fraud Summit. We hope it was a great experience, safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you at future events and next year's summit. Thank you.